Could we please have people coming down to lap count? If you've got a swimmer in a lane, if you could compete one, you could please come down to lap count now. Could we please have someone from Norwood in lane 5, Cheltenham for lane 4, Emmanuel for lane 3. We should have Surrey Park in lane 1 and 2, Melbourne Swimming Club in 0, Yarra Plenty Waves in 6, Camberwell Grammar in 7 and Tiger Sharks in 8. If there's no one from the club, if they could please come down here now. We can't start until you are here. Thank you. Could we please have someone from Norwood onto lane 5 to lap count, please? Welcome to Day 5 heats. We would like to introduce the 2024 Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Our referees for the day for male is Michelle Gristidi, and for the females is Peter Tyndale. Our starter for the males is Adrian Maloney, and starter for the females is Jenny Newen. Our technical directors are Sally Whitehouse and Heather O'Connor.
Good morning and welcome to Day 5 of the Victorian State Age Championships. It's our 5th and final day of competition here. Kicking off our heat swims this morning, it is a timed final, so this is the longest event on our program. The men's 16 to 18 years, 1500 metre freestyle. In the water, your fastest heat, so we'll be looking for those middle lanes to hit some really quick times this morning.
Yeah, in the middle of the pool is Tommy Lane, our Youth Com Games qualifier, and he qualified in the 1500 as well, so Coach Kelly Stubbins will be looking for him to push the pace of this race for sure. And we've got two visitors on the outsides of him, Lachlan Washington and Luke Lindsay. And following around him as well is heaps of Victorians, Jesse Phillips, Connor Hayes, Logan Brandy, Rowan Ween, Ross Sikiotis and Tyler Norton. So all these boys have had great starts to the meets so far. They'll be looking to end the meet with some fast swimming here as we just passed 75 metres, and Tommy's begun to make his move through already. And also at the top, Logan Brandy staying with him, and our visitor Luke Lindsay as we close this first 100. So 101.61 followed by 102.36, 102.92 at the top for Logan Brandy there. It's just about setting that stroke up early and letting that easy speed carry through. It's almost like you want to descend down as the race goes. It's just about flowing, hitting that right pacing that you want to get early on, and then moving through as the race progresses. So first 200 metres down, and it's 2:06.08 for Tommy Lane in the centre of the pool. And it's second and third for the swimmers on either side of him. So the three in the middle looking to extend their lead on the rest of the field, and they're looking pretty even as well. So fourth, up the top still, Logan Brandy. But Jesse Phillips has started to make his play now into that fourth position, well as Rowan Ween. Watching Tommy stroke here, really high elbows, breathing twos, just letting those legs flutter behind him just so he can just keep up onto that catch. We know Tommy at the end is definitely going to pick up that rate and start to gallop, particularly in that last 100 to 200 metres. We definitely saw that in the 400 metres last night where he went 4 minutes .11 to take it out against the other 17, 18 years age group. So Tommy extending his lead significantly here, and it looks like just the two boys in second and third have paired themselves up. Jesse Phillips isn't going to want to stay with this pack of three next to him. Connor Hayes, teammates of his, and Logan Brandy as well from Melbourne Swimming Club. He's probably going to look to want to maybe try and push up into that second and third placings. Got the other pack of three at the bottom in 7, 8 and 9. 6, 7, 8. They're turning not too far apart as well, as it's looking that Yarra Plenty is going to start to try and push away from them as well. Probably sees the other boys at the other side of the pool now. Tommy here turning in the first 500, the first third of our race at a 5:20.24. So really fast split from Tommy. Now he's going to look to make a shift here, probably in this second 500, start to step it up another gear so that he can then descend down in that third 500 and put the pace on the rest of the field. Our two boys in behind there, Lachlan Washington and Luke Lindsay, our visitors there. Neck and neck, stroke and stroke at the moment as they head into the 550 metre mark. Rest of our field still all within reach of each other. We've got Jesse Phillips up a body's length ahead of Connor Hayes, who's a body's length and a bit now ahead of Logan Brandy, and then at the bottom there, also got Tiger Sharks, Yarra Plenty, Camberwell Grammar, all turning very close to each other, only a second within the three of them. Start to see now Tommy's kick's just become a little stronger here, ever so slightly. You can start to see a little bit of splash and a bit more higher tempo there. So he's probably gone from 2 to 4 beat. So 4 beat kick it's 4 kicks for every stroke cycle. So as one arm does a full lap, you'll see 4 kicks. It's usually what he'll step up here to in this second 500. As he turns here at the 700 metre mark, it's a 729.76. Gordon Washington just ever so slightly ahead of Luke Lindsay. Lachlan Washington swimming out of Emmanuel, so I'm sure that his coach and himself have the program and seen that Luke Lindsay's entered with a 5:55.83, so he knows that if he's sticking a little ahead of Luke Lindsay, that he's going to be on good track to smash a really nice time out there. He's entered himself with a 16:20.5 as his fastest time in the last year. But Tommy still looking so smooth, and the 3 boys, the bottom lanes, all come in really nicely together. They're still shoulder to shoulder. And Jesse Phillips is having a great race as well. He's looked to have extended himself over his Surrey Park teammate Connor Hayes, but Connor Hayes has also gotten himself a nice amount of distance ahead of Logan Brandy at the top. So the 3 boys at the top, pretty spread out. We've still got our 3. It's going to be a great race at the bottom, particularly at the end. It's going to be who's going to make the move first and want to take the risk. And that risk could result in great reward. Three boys turned there, the 800 metre mark. We've just seen Rowan Wine 9:11.0, 9:11.57 for Ross Skiotis. Tyler Norton 9:12.3. Logan Brandy's probably found himself in line with those boys now, so he's going to be looking over across the other side of the pool to see when they make their break for it as well. Lachlan Washington's done a really nice job here as well of getting ahead of Luke Lindsay. Still all Tommy Lane at the moment at the top. Jesse Phillips looks like he's shifted another gear. Stroke rates come up a little now as he enters the 900 metre mark. No Surrey Park coaches giving him a wave at the moment, but we are seeing some waves from Kelly Stubbins and the other Cheltenham swimmers at the top of our screen. Tommy's stroke really smooth, his full catch up, legs just ticking in behind, and it's just so effortless here as he closes his first 1,000 metres with 500 to go once he hits that wall. He's going to split in here at 10:44.05. So this is where we're going to look to see Tommy shift within the next 200 metres. Start to change gears and really see what time he can throw down here. Obviously, when you're swimming your own race, you want to make sure that you're sticking to that race plan that your coaches have given you or that you guys have constructed together. As Lachlan Washington has done really well here, and he's at 11:05.1 and 11:10.1 for Luke Lindsay. Jesse Phillips has actually started to make really nice ground now. He's 11:19.0. Teammate Connor Hayes turning not too far behind, so the Surrey boys are in 4th and 5th together. But our bottom 3 have really started to make a good play here as they've crossed the 1,000 metres as well. They're still all 3 sticking together, but they're looking to try and catch up to Connor Hayes and Jesse Phillips as Tommy turns at the 1,100 metre mark, 11:48.87. So 400 to go for Tommy. 450 for our boys at the bottom as they turn in 12:05s and 12:06 for Rowan Wine. But Lachlan Washington really establishing himself in that second place position, followed by Luke Lindsay still as he meets at the flags with Jesse Phillips, turning there with 400 to go at a 12:27.38.
Could we please have our lap counters for Heat 2 to start coming down to pool deck? Lane 0, Geelong. Lane 1, Camberwell Grammar. Lane 3, Flyers Swim Team. Lane 4, Nuttawading. Lane 5, Melbourne Swimming Club. Lane 6, MLC. Lane 7, Melbourne Swimming Club. Lane 8, Surrey Park. 1500. Lane 0, Melbourne Swimming Club. Lane 1, Emmanuel. Lane 2, Melbourne. Lane 3, Caulfield. Lane 4, Tiger Sharks. Lane 5, Liz Van Well Aquatics. Lane 6, MLC. Lane 7, Norwood. Lane 8, Tiger Sharks. And Lane 9, Ivanhoe Swim.
So 13:26 was the split for Tommy there. He's only got 3 laps remaining. And he's definitely picked up the lope in his stroke. Coaches now are starting to give their athletes a wave here. It's a nice little race here as they've separated themselves, Ross Skiatos and Tyler Norton from Tiger Sharks. Rowan Wine as well, still hanging in with them. Connor Hayes as well at the top. Really nice and smooth there. His kick chugging in behind. He's going to start to increase his rate as well as he's coming into this wall. As second place begins to turn here. 200 metres to go for Lachlan Washington, and it's a 14:26.38. 14:34.16 for Luke Lindsay. Jesse Phillips now 14:44.29. So splitting about 108s there in that last 100. It's going to be a great race as well from 7 and 8 as they've now separated themselves from the group of 3. The first bell goes off for Tommy Lane as he turns here in a 15:04. Stroke for stroke for boys in 7 and 8. Lachlan Washington still in that second position. Luke Lindsay still in third, but we're also going to remember that we're going to have a second and third place Victorian at the moment. Jesse Phillips sitting in fourth. And it's going to be a real nice race for that third Victorian position from Ross Skiatos and Tyler Norton. As Tommy now begins his gallop into that finish line. He crosses 25. He's looked across and he sees our 2 Victorians at the bottom. He's going to be chasing them down. It's going to be a really nice split here in the last 100 from big Tommy Lane. As they approach this wall, so close to those other boys. And he finishes in 16:05.77 for Tommy. He's going to be over the moon with that. That's another freestyle event ticked off for Tommy and Liam Malloy. They want to take out every single one of them. As we now see second place swimming in for his last 15 metres, Lachlan Washington. He touches in 16:38.44. So great swim from him there. And Luke Lindsay now touching in 16:49.80 for our third place overall. And it's going to be second Victorian for Jesse Phillips. Fantastic finish there. 32.2 in that last 50, and he's gone 16:58. Just over his PB there. He'll be wrapped with that. And it's a great race here at the bottom. only 0.09 to separate them, and it's going to be Tyler Norton getting his hand on the wall first. So third Victorian for Tyler Norton, 17:08.93. And that is a really nice PB there as well. He's gone from 17:21.63 down to 17:08. So close when talking about the 1500 to subbing that 17. It's only half a second across each 100 he has to do there. So well done to our boys. Results are official. On to Heat 2.
Heat 2 underway here now. 1500 freestyle, 16 to 18 years. This is a mixed event. We do see in this heat the first of our female athletes getting a chance to hit the water this morning, see what they can pull out. It is day 5, so those who have had a pretty heavy program, it's a tough swim to have on your last day of competition. As they turn for the first 50, those outside lanes leading us through. Toby Sutton, one of our visitors in lane 1, he's gone out in a 28.8. Really trying to set the pace here. First quarter of this race, always about establishing that stroke rate, establishing the kind of efficiency you want to maintain for the rest of the 1500 metres. And already, interestingly enough, our field's starting to spread out. As Toby Sutton turns at the 100-metre point, 1:00.93. Jacob Lewis and Jared Webb following him through. So it's those visiting boys who have really gone out strong here. As this race goes on, we do expect to see faster times from those middle lanes. So if they are endurance athletes, they'll be holding more even splits throughout this 1500 metres. And as the others fatigue, we should see them narrowing that gap.
A really great start here from our visitor, Toby Sutton. I think he's just seen that other heat and he sees opportunity, I think. Those boys were just a little over their entry time, so he knows that if he can get well under his entry time, that he's going to be in the mix to contend his teammate of someone who was in that previous heat, Lachlan Washington, who's sitting in second place at the moment. So I'm sure they've done plenty of 1500 sets together in preparation for this race. As he storms ahead with a 2:07.11. Second, Jacob Lewis. Third, Jared Webb. So it's our visitors leading us off nicely here. As well, our female swimmers, Mackenzie Hunter, Seojin Wang, having a really great competition as well from Tiger Sharks. Catherine Boyle at the top of your screen too.
Yeah, I'd certainly be watching out for Catherine Boyle in this female event. Her 400 a couple of nights ago, she absolutely stormed home in the last lap, so we know that she's got that endurance background. She's going to be able to come home strong. At the moment, though, it is all Toby Sutton, separating himself for the rest of the field by about 15 metres right now, and just absolutely powering through. That stroke rate has remained the same pretty much. Nice consistent swimming here. Yes. Keep in mind, he does have 23 laps to go after this one.
Yeah, his coach has given him the thumbs up, so this is obviously what they've just talked about. It's getting out ahead of the pack, swimming your own race, so he's going to be breathing towards his coaches on the way back there, sitting just near the 15-metre mark. So they'll be communicating through a few hand signals, as we always say. It's the swimmer's universal language. You see a wave, it's get a move on. You see a thumbs up, just keep doing what you're doing. As we approach now into the wall for Toby Sutton. The 350 mark is 346.22. So our field at the moment, everyone's pretty spread out. We saw a couple of groups in that previous heat at the beginning of the race, and then they spread out slowly and people drew back together towards the end. So it's a lot of tactics that come into this 1500.
Toby still getting that thumbs up on the other side of the pool from his coach. Pacing nicely here. We don't want swimmers to overdo the first half, so if we think that they're going a little bit fast, just asking them to relax into that swim. Also saw Ian Pope give Catherine Boyle the thumbs up on the previous lap, so a lot of athletes sitting at the pace that they need. Mackenzie Hunter will be the first female to get her feet on the wall, though, here at the 400 metre mark. She's gone out in a 4:40.9. Catherine Boyle not too far behind, 4:43.8. It'll be interesting to watch these girls as they come through the next just over 1,000 metres. Just watching this race play out at the moment. 600 metres in, Toby Sutton, your leader, just continues to grow this margin between himself and your second place swimmer, Jacob Lewis, at the moment. And what I'm really liking to see from Toby is that he's building that speed into the turns, every wall. So you watch him kind of come under the flags, the rate increases, he's getting that force onto the wall to ensure he's having that free speed there. Lots of strategies in this event. You'll see a lot of the coaches, if athletes are right next to another swimmer in their heat, what they'll want to do is try and stick with that person. It's really hard to catch up if you fall behind, whereas you'll get a lot better performance out of your athletes if they just stick with the person next to them. Also this morning, loving looking around. We've got the tunes pumping, the sun is shining, and the vibes are really great for day 5. So there's a lot of energy here at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre. I've seen some coaches having a bit of a dance, some athletes having a bit of a dance. And that's what we love here, these competitions not taken too seriously. We've had some amazing racing. We've also just had a lot of people here to have a good time, make some new friendships.
Could we please
and look
get our
forward to
lap
coming back
counters
next
down
year.
for Heat 3? In Lane 0, Artemis. Lane 1, Camberwell Grammar. Lane 2, Yarra Plenty. Lane 3, Cheltenham. Lane 4, MLC. Lane 5, Cheltenham. Lane 6, Nuttawading. Lane 7, Emmanuel. Lane 8, Surrey Park. And Lane 9, Good Life. Thank you.
team over at Norwood just giving their swimmer in lane 7 that little bit of a push, saying stick with lane 8, don't fall off now. That's Jared Webb trying to hang on to the hip of Jack Moran. But Toby Sutton just too strong here. No one is catching this guy without an epic performance. More hand signals from the other side of the pool, those coaches. They'll be keeping super busy during an event like this. Lots of statistics. You'll see their heads down writing on bits of paper. Usually looking for those stroke rates. So that's the speed in which the arms are going around. Sometimes stroke counts, checking on efficiency. How many strokes is that swimmer taking per lap? They'll be taking some splits, so what their time is per 50. And depending on their race plan, they might be looking at those 100-metre splits. Some of them those 200-metre splits. And on top of all of that, they'll be giving some hand signals to their swimmers, as well as obviously supporting them. So the waves, the shouts. Even though those athletes have their heads down in the water occasionally, in a 1500 we'll be taking lots of breath, so they have that opportunity to see what's going on the side of the pool. And with that ear out of the water, can definitely hear if the crowd is shouting and getting behind them. As Toby Sutton hits that 1,000 metre mark, 5 100s to go here, so 10 more laps for him. And he's still absolutely motoring, that rate still going. You'll see he's a little bit lighter on the legs, to be expected in distance races. We go too hard on those legs. Those bigger muscle groups produce a little bit more lactic acid, and we definitely don't want to have that flowing through our bloodstream and into our muscles. Mackenzie Hunter in lane 6, first female at the moment in this heat. So we're keeping an eye on the time she posts. That last 200 metres, she's really worked her way through the field. So earlier on, we saw her sitting in about 7th position. She's just overtaken a few of these boys in the outside lanes. Always great to see the girls get up, beat a few of the boys. She's got her sights set on Jack Moran at the moment, the swimmer from Tiger Shark. She's breathing his way. She'll just be trying to gain a little bit of ground on each 100. We know she's such a fierce competitor, super strong distance swimmer, great open water athlete. getting down to the business end of this 1500 here. Coach is getting a little bit more excited. A few more waves on the side of the pool. It's time to go. Most of these athletes with about 300 metres remaining. Toby Sutton, he's a bit further ahead though. He's going to turn here.
14.25 there for Toby Sutton, our visitor. And he's now starting to move through this middle pack here. Archer Lark as well, looking really good. Younger brother of Harvey Lark, who is a great middle distance swimmer here. Both train at the same club under Kenny Monk. And Archer, I'm sure he's got some tips from his big brother. Probably would have had to ask him a lot. He wouldn't have wanted to give him any, but I'm sure Harvey, having made youth com games as well on that team with Tommy Lane, would have been giving him a few pieces of advice as he's paired up there with Hyojin Wang from Tiger Sharks. We're starting to see as well Tyler Land starting to push through up next to our other visitor, Jared Webb. As Mackenzie Hunter doing such a great job. She's really shifted gears over this last 500 metres, so I'm sure Coach Jaden and Mel on the side are going to be wanting her to keep on pushing those paces down as we hear the first bell here.
Toby Sutton, your leader at the moment. He's got about 50 metres on this field. Probably a little bit more, actually. Less than 100 to go, 75 metres left. He's probably burning quite a lot at the moment.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really great time from him. Definitely with that.
Just keep in mind those times from the previous heat. He'll be trying to score himself one of those prestigious medals here at Age Championships. He hits that wall in a 32.9, so a little bit faster than the last lap. He's really lifted. Your second place swimmer, Jacob Lewis, getting the bell now as well. And not far behind him, Jack Moran and Mackenzie Hunter. So they're going to be doing everything they can in this final 100 metres. It's always great if you can see that person just in front of you. Set them in your sights. That's the target. Get up and go.
Now see also our bottom four lanes starting to power on through. It's a fantastic time, 16:37.22. So we take a look at that entry time of 17:45. It's over a minute's dropped, which is phenomenal. Really, really fantastic swim, and the confidence to be able to go out by yourself and challenge yourself to set the pace early ahead of everyone else when you're similar times. It takes a lot of confidence, so I'm sure his coach will be over the moon with that one. As we now have our second, third places approaching into the wall here. It's coming down to the touch, and it's a 17:25.29 for Jacob Lewis, our other visitor. And powering home is Thailand as well in fifth. Third place, Jack Moran, our first female as well, onto the wall. Mackenzie Hunter, she's done so well. Fourth overall in this heat, first female, and there's a thumbs up to her coaches.
Yeah, that's a 10-second drop for Mackenzie, so great to see her swimming a personal best time here this morning. I know she's had a bit of a rough week leading into this post-open water champs last weekend, so it's fantastic to see her happy with the swim here.
Yes, Hyojin as well, touching into the wall there. 18 minutes 74, so close to that sub 18-minute mark. And up the top as well, Catherine Boyle, she's done fantastic, 18:15.75. Archer Lark, she's popped up with the DQ. I think that was maybe a move on the blocks earlier that we saw, but we'll have to wait and see.
Moving right along now to heat 3. A few more of our female athletes in this heat. A couple of visitors as well. So we'll be looking at those times posted from the heats previously, seeing if some of these athletes can get themselves on that podium this morning.
Yeah, a few really great names that we've seen so much throughout this meet. Dakota Mathers, fantastic swims last night, so she's backing up into this 1500, as well as Greta Saville. She's had a really nice meet as well, a few really great swims from her. So at the moment it is MLC just steaming a little ahead here, as well as our visitor Tarusha Pereira.
So that visitor in lane 5, that's Taru Pereira from Cheltenham Swimming Club. He competes as a visitor as he has a citizenship for Sri Lanka. And those times that he posts, he's looking to make that Sri Lankan national team. So that's why you'll see a V next to his name, but a Cheltenham swimming cap. Great open water swimmer. Taru trains under Kelly Stubbins, that coach at Cheltenham. Also the coach of Tommy Lane, the winner of Heat 1 here. And he's looking great at the moment, going out really nicely with Alexander Stone in lane 4. In lane 6, just trying to stick with them, is
event
Dakota Mathers.
145B, Heat 2, Lane 3, initiated a start before the signal. That's event 145B, Heat 2, Lane 3.
Metre mark. It is your middle lanes 4, 5 and 6. Just a little bit of a gap on the others here. That race for 4th is anyone's game currently. Got about 5 swimmers across the pool there. But it is so early in this 1500. We'll see a lot of game plans, a lot of race tactics occurring. Now Dakota had a really good turn there and underwater. She went in behind Taru, but it's actually come out pretty much even. She might just be kicking it up a notch here. As James said earlier, often these coaches and athletes will talk about this swim in regards to building it throughout. So not only in speed, but that mental build is really important here. Start feeling like you're working a little bit harder as the race progresses. What tends to happen is if you feel like you're putting in more effort as you get tired, those splits will be pretty even, which is what we love to see from our athletes. So at the 500 metre mark, it is Alexander Stone in lane 4, still your leader. Shifting up into second though, Dakota Mathers in lane 6. Still got such great length on her stroke, which is really good. We don't want to see those arms shorten up. Maintaining that efficiency is crazy important in these longer distance races. The less strokes you do, the more energy you're going to be able to conserve for those last few 100s. Girls over in lanes 2 and 3. Absolutely nothing separating them at the moment, so they'll be trying to stick together, work together, and start making some ground up on Taru in lane 5.
Could we please get our lap counters for event 4 to start coming down to pool deck, please? In lane 1, South Gippsland Bass, lane 2, Tiger Sharks, lane 4, Surrey Park, lane 5, Pirate Swim Team, lane 6, MLC, and lane 7, Hobart Aquatic Club. Thank you.
Alexander Stone now hitting that halfway mark here. 750 down, 750 to go. Now, these swimmers will have different ways of counting their laps. Some will count up to that 30. Others will be counting down. So personally, I count down. I find once that number starts getting lower and lower, it just makes the race feel a little bit easier. You know, you're getting closer to the end. Alexander's turning in a 9:25.55. So looking to post a good time here. He can maintain the speed throughout this race. Similar first half to what some of the boys in earlier heats went around in. Dakota now sitting comfortably in second. This is where it does get a little bit challenging to keep on your pace time, so we'll see a lot of those coaches starting to wave on their athletes, particularly those who have ended up swimming by themselves. So Alexander in 4, Dakota in 5. There's a little bit of distance between them. Not really anyone around.
Alexander Stone coming in. It's 10:36.63 for her at the 900. Closely followed by Dakota Mathers, 10:41.84. Definitely look for her to start to creep up into a contention position for first here. We did see those other girls in the previous heat. Obviously, Alexander Stone would be training at MLC with Mackenzie Hunter, so just got our Surrey Park and Cheltenham swimmers sticking together as a pair. Field is fairly spread. We've also got our visitor Mackenzie Winton and Natalie Beach as well, another visitor, not too far apart from each other. Coach Kelly giving her athlete a wave. We hit the 1,000-metre mark, and it's 11:47.76 in first, and second is 11:53.05 for Dakota Mathers.
Yeah, Dakota's starting to make a little bit of a move here on Alex Stone in lane 4. So Stoney to some, also to his training partner and coach Mal, known as the Pebbles. So not sure what whether there's a story about, obviously we can see the connection between Stone and Pebble, but where that one kind of came from. I love it though.
So just seeing the rate of lane 7 start to pick up here, Natalie Beach. As Mackenzie Winton as well hits that 1,000-metre mark, 12:34.67. We've also begun to see the MLC coaches and teammates give a wave to Alexander Stone.
Yeah, this looks like it could be a nice drop in time for Stoney in lane 4.
Just split faster there than her previous 50, so, and also Dakota Mathers has as well, 35s for the 2. So it's looking like both of them have made a shift. Alex probably thinking, well, Dakota's maybe not too far behind. She'll be seeing her on the turn in the underwater. So she'll know that she needs to keep her position and keep on ticking over as she's approaching into the flags now. And Dakota Mathers isn't too far behind. And Yara Plenty as well. Taylor Watson also picking up the rate there. Looking to catch up to lane 3, Greta Saville. Seeing a wave as well from the Camberwell coaches for Alana Cummings. Hearing some yells, seeing some waves.
All right, your leaders, Alex Stone, Dakota Mathers, Pretty similar distance between those guys out in front. 3 laps to go now. So we'll really start to see them pick up that pacing here. I don't think Dakota's going to be able to catch Alex. Stoney having a super strong here. Team MLC looking pretty happy, not giving him too much of a wave on, so confident that he's on track. Just a little bit of a wave. Teammates getting excited there. Go the Pebble.
Yeah, Josh Kahn's over there giving his teammate a wave as we hear the first bell start to ring. It's 16:30.95 for Alexander Stone. As the second bell goes off, Dakota Mathers, 16:36. So we see the legs start to build in for Dakota Mathers. I think she's going to be looking to chase. And the waves and the goes from Cheltenham to Greta Saville, as well as Juzzy over there for lane 8, Natasha Coleman from Surrey Park. But it's all Alexander Stone at the moment. As those legs start to turn on, the rate is increasing. She hits the 35 to go mark. And we're seeing the waves, we're hearing the cheers, we're hearing the bells. There's a lot happening in this 1,500 metre heat here. So we cross 15 metres to go, and she's holding that pace so nicely. Really nice stroke length, and head down into that finish, and she touches 17:39.11.
Yeah, great work,
Stone.
Alex.
That's a really nice PB there, 6
About a
seconds.
30-second drop in time for Alex Stone. He's finished onto the wall in first in this heat, followed around by Dakota Mathers, 17:45.
So a really nice time drop for her as well. Greta coming in 18:05.07. So that's another 3 seconds off that time for her. Fourth, it's Taylor Watson. Fifth, Natasha Coleman. So Victorians securing those top 5 places.
And also some of the girls in this heat looking to overtake the previous one for some medal placing. So just remember, Mackenzie Hunter, 17:28. And the second girl, Seojin Huang, was an 18:00. So Dakota Mathers sliding into second place there. And it looks like Greta Saville will take that 4th place as well. So nearly getting herself into the medals there too.
Eighth place there, our visitor, Natalie Beach. And two more just to come in. 19:01 there from Mackenzie Winton. Just still got Ivy Lee swimming as well, on top of our screen. She's approaching just the flags now, coming in for that final 50 metres. She turns 19:21.67. And we start to see the legs building in and the gallop start to begin. She ascends into that final 25 metres now. So she's crossing our screen now. Final 15 metres, charging through. She'll touch in here, the 20:00.36 mark. So fantastic swim from her as well. Move on to heat 4 of 4. Underway now is heat 4 of 4. And it's a really nice lineup here. We've got all girls heat looking to battle it out. We never know what can happen. We've just seen someone from our previous heat jump the places from the heat 2 to land themselves a medal. So never know. It could have been just a one-off swim to get the entry time for this meet, and there's been a lot of training since they've done that initial swim. So never know what we can see here. So we turn here at the 150 metre mark, and it's Mia Hoskins turning 145.66 is our current leader, but not too far behind is Sophia Hogg. She's turned 146.77. In third is our visitor, Catherine Sonnerson. Catherine here visiting from Pirate Swim Team in New Zealand. So she'll be looking to primarily push the pace here. As well, we've got Isabella Osborne, another MLC athlete. So our MLC athletes are 1 and 2 in our females 16 to 18s. So we hit the turns here, and Mia Hoskins still in the lead, just ever so slightly. She's got a second on Sophia Hogg. So Lara Smith up in lane 1 to kind of just keep up with the other two, Isabella Osborne and Molly Davis as well, in 5th and 4th respectively. So we'll start to see pairings across the heat, as well as someone probably looking to push the pace as well. We've seen that from the previous heats. People get out there quick to separate themselves so they can swim their own race. Sometimes you can just get caught up next to someone, or you might think that you're on pace with your time because you're sticking with someone faster, but they're off pace. So it's really important here to swim your own race. Still seeing Sophia Hogg sticking with our leader, Mia Hoskins, and not too far behind is Pirates' Catherine Sonnerson, as they now approach 300 metres. Really nice, 3:37.67 for first and 3:39.98 for second. 3:41.65 for Catherine Sonnerson. As all our swimmers now have passed that 300 metre mark, so first fifth of our race. This is where we're now establishing that pace and our feel for the water and the tempo that we want to hold for that next 700 metres before we begin to shift down for that final 500 metres. Surrey Park coach Juzzy giving his athlete Mia Hoskins a wave of obviously wants to set that pace much earlier now that she's extended her lead. Over the field, Sophia Hogg in second, still not too far behind, is Catherine Sunnison, our visitor from New Zealand. We've got that nice pairing just in behind her of Isabella Osborne and Molly Davey. So still sitting in second, just split 38.77, 39.38 for that 50 for Catherine Summerson in third, and fourth and fifth now starting to push through. We've just seen faster 50 splits from them to their previous 50 is our lane 6 and 7. So they'll be looking to see who's going to make that first move as we cross into our first third of the race now, and it's still Mia Horskins leading the pack. 16.15.0 for Sophia Hogg. And really not too far behind from that third place in this heat is lane 6 and 7. Osborne and Davis, 6:21s apiece. As they've made a play now, just ever so slightly behind. So I'm now joined by head coach at Ivanhoe Swimming Club, Arco. How are you feeling today? It's been a big meet. So microphone is on for you. We're just double checking. So
Hello,
Arco,
James.
how are you going?
Good, thank you. How are you, James?
I'm very good. I'm excited to be here, our final day of racing, watching over these 1500s. So we thought we would switch it up a little. So Arco, tell us about your position at Ivanhoe Grammar.
I just started a new club at Ivanhoe Grammar called Ivanhoe Swim. Started this July. Yeah, brand new club. So we slowly build a run to swim program, and now good junior come through, and then here we are, states 20 swimmer entered the individual, and 10 relay swimmer. So pretty excited.
Yeah, so a great crop of young athletes coming through up at Ivanhoe Grammar. So, Arco, tell us a bit. We've seen a few visitors from Japan that you've brought over as well. So they're swimming at Ivanhoe. We've also got a few open age athletes as well that will swim later on in the year in February at our Open Championship. So tell us about the whole process of bringing them over to here and the opportunities that they can have in Australia to race here.
Yeah, I think very importantly, like international learning each other. So Japanese used to not much go overseas and learn a lot of things. It is difficult also, like a language barrier between all the coaches. So I really want to be more like connecting each other to benefit both Australian and Japan. So this opportunity here, Victorian Championship, Age Championship, age group swimmer coming to compete. Importantly, not the high-level swimmer. So previously, Itoman coming racing a championship here. So they're like an elite in Japan. But I want to keep opportunity, like not like super elite, but they're going to. They got an opportunity to swim here and then get next level. So that's what I really want to. Yeah, so and then if they've been great time here in finals, talking to other swimmer, cold weather, so everything like not always positive, but I think great experience for them.
Yeah, it's fantastic. They've done so well. We've seen so many in the finals, in the mix as well for those placings positions. So We've also had such a rich history with Itaman coming over to here and racing. You'd probably see some of those times in our all-comers records. We've also just seen a team of Australians breaststrokers go over to Japan and race at their Open. So what other opportunities for some of our clubs here maybe to go over to Japan through you and be able to go experience their country and go and compete over there? So what kind of opportunities are you looking maybe to provide for us to go over the other way?
Yeah, so, we have a very different level of competition, like local competition to like official competition. So same in Japan as well. So high level competition to local competition. Any level of swimmer when there, sometimes as well as holiday, and then compete there or join local club and then having different opportunity there. So I think a lot of possibility for future to collaborate each other and learn each other, because it's such a different setup between Australia and Japan. As you know, Japan is very high level in age group.
Yep.
And then Australia become high level in after age group. So we should really exchange knowledge, and then we both push each other well towards the Brisbane Olympic, I think.
Yeah, for sure. It's fantastic. And then we've also had like some of our athletes come stay over here. So which clubs have they ended up finding themselves at here in Victoria, and talk about some of the coaches and their experiences that they've been able to share so far down here in Victoria?
Yeah, I think seeing like how they dry land and warm up way different to Japan. So I got 2 coaches learn right now in here. So they had a little note what Australian doing it or the preparation, and then they very surprised all the coaching top of swimmer to encourage swimmer and even like dry land and then warm up pool. So it's a little bit different.
Yeah. They're also fantastic as racing as well. We just at the past Open saw the Kindai Big Blue come over and race. They were fantastic throughout the individuals and even in their relays as well, managing to take out clubs like Nuttawading, Western Melbourne Propulsion and Vic Centre. So what was the thoughts like coming over to them? Like they're the Open athletes. How did they find their experience here as well?
One thing is just being tough, like different weather, outdoor pool, and especially Australian swimmer always enjoy training, like having fun with coaches. So that's a little bit of different feeling when they coming and then enjoy like more like training. So been good. Kindai will come for February Olympic trial preparation.
Yep.
So they able to training with Victorian Open swimmer. Just a little bit of exchange of knowledge as a coach and athlete. That'd be a great opportunity.
And there's so much that we can learn as well. We want to definitely progress our coaching and our swimming down here in Victoria. So it's super important to bring in people from whether it's other states or other countries like New Zealand and Japan to be able to race off of and understand what they might do differently in their training
Could
or
we
their
please
racing.
have our lap counters for event 146 Heat 1 to start coming down to pool deck, please? Lane 0 MLC, Lane 1 Warrnambool, Lane 2 and 3 MLC, Lane 4 Surrey Park, Lane 5 Hobart Aquatic Club, Lane 6 Camberwell Grammar, Lane 7 Nuttawading, Lane 8 Laverton Wyndham and Lane 9 Caulfield. Thank you.
Back here as well, just checking in on our 1500 as Lane 7 and Lane 6 have placed themselves into second and third respectively with 400 metres to go. So Arco, tell me, what's your thoughts on the races so far? We've got Mia Horskins leading our charge here at a 14.07. What's your thoughts on the 1500? You had one swimmer, Tyler Lance, in this event earlier.
Good. 1500 always challenge race, like should be mentally tough and physically as well. And then sometimes you're going to be preparation for lots of time to swim well this event. Yeah, just to be proud they're able to compete that in event. Especially younger one, lots of younger one entered as well.
Yeah, so what comes to the training? What's different from a 1500, 800 metre training program compared to our athletes down in the 100 or 250 range? What's the key difference there?
Probably more keep efficient and keep technically hold the whale all the way through. Not as a power, more like holding, more technical, I think. And each turn, how many turns we do? A lot of turns during
turns.
1500.
A lot of turns. I'm not sure the exact number, but a lot of turns.
Five in 10 out. Tumble turn skills are more important too. Yeah.
Yeah, so a
What
lot
do
of
you think?
breakout skills. And
Do you like it?
yeah, I've only raced one 1500 myself, and let's just say I'll never go back. I think at my age, 22, I think I've left that 1500 metres in the past, but I'm more focused on my 200 butterfly and 200 freestyle, so I'm more of a middle distance, dropping into that 100 metres as well when I can. As we're now watching Mia Hoskins approach into the wall here, and she's picked up that kick. We've seen just a couple of Surrey Park athletes and coaches give a yell as she approaches into the wall here. 200 metres to go, so expect a nice wave from her. Tell her to start picking up the pace. She is swimming her own race. And we've also seen lane 7 has made her move across this last 300 metres. So lane 7, our visitor Molly Davis. She's sitting comfortably now in second, just ahead of MLC's Isabella Osborne. And also at the top of our screen, we're going to see a nice race here for that 4th and 5th position, because Sophia Hogg is also starting to make her move. Catherine Sunnison as well from Pirates. So now the Hogg is starting to catch up to Sunnison. Also got Smythe as well. Her rate's picked up as Mia Hoskins approaches in for that final 100. We see the bell get picked up. Give her the indication she has 100 metres to go. It's time to turn on the jets. Leave nothing in the tank. Bells go off. It's 100 metres left to go here. It's a 17:13:54 for Mia Hoskins. In second, up at the other end is Molly Davis turning in, and a faster split from the previous 50 is Isabella Osborne. 17:20:70 for her, so only a few seconds behind, sitting comfortably in that 3rd position. Looks like lane 5 as well started to turn on the jets. I think she noticed lane 2's Sophia Hogg starting to approach, and she's now started her ascend into that last 150 metres as the second bell begins to chime. So 17:52 for her. And with 35 metres to go, there's no stopping Mia Hoskins, Surrey Park. There's a few juzzy whistles and cheers from the Surrey Park teammates watching on the side of the pool as she now crosses in line with them. Another bell chiming for lane 5 and lane 2. Sophia Hogg turning 19:02. Seeing SGB coaches now telling Lara Smythe, pick up the legs. Got 100 metres to go as well in an 18:29:57 and 18:25:87 finishing time for Mia Hoskins. So just outside of those top 3 placings for our 16-18 females. But she's taken out this heat and she'll be over the moon with that. We take a look at those entry times. 18:51:20 was her entry, so that's a 24-second drop for her. She'll be over the moon as Molly Davis is coming into the wall now. This is going to be a massive PB for her too. So entered with a 19:32 and she's just gone 19:07. So fantastic swim from her. That's 25 seconds dropped. Isabella Osborne in third with a 19:15:34. As Catherine Sonnerson approaches now in lane 5 in for the touch. 19:30.25 for our 4th place visitor from Pirates, New Zealand. 19:37 there for Sophia Hogg. Lara Smythe, our SGB athlete, coming in. Really fast finish there. Fantastic final 100 from her. And we'll now move into our mixed 12 to 13, 800 metre long course freestyle. Of 4 heats. Underway now is Heat 1 of our 12-13s 800 freestyle, and we see a lot of names that we recognise. One of them being Erica Odenko. She's a fantastic middle distance freestyler. As well as Liam Paulson, the one to turn first, 32.00 for him. Callum Otto, we've seen that he's got a fantastic back end in that 400 metres, so expect him to set a really nice pace here early and hold that and descend down over that last 500 metres. William Cow as well, having a fantastic meet so far. He swam phenomenally last night. Sophie Hall as well, up the top of our screen from MLC. MLC having a fantastic meet. We saw all their IM swimmers that Jaden and Mel have been training up. First is still Liam Paulson. He's beginning to set that pace really early. So this is timed finals. It's anyone's game across these 4 heats. But he's going to want to set the pace nice and early to secure his position for the other heats. It's almost a bit of an advantage when you're in those later heats because you get to see where the other times are lying and how you compare to the people's placings. But this is timed finals, so they won't be swimming tonight. It's all out this morning as we hit that 150 metre mark. So Ardenko and Paulson, our leaders at the moment. Surrey Park versus Nunawading. Oh no, Camberwell Grammar. See Camberwell coach Brad watching on for his athlete. Fantastic junior level coach as well in Victoria. So many great coaches we have here. Denko setting that pace early, really smooth stroke. Don't see any splash in those legs, propelling herself onto that catch. And same as well with Liam Paulson. We've got another duo not too far behind, William Cow and our Hobart aquatic visitor, Ava Maganelli. They turn for 3rd and 4th and 5th, not too far behind. Alfred Head, another name that we've seen so many times over this meet. Sophie Hall in 6th, not too far behind. We've got a little pack of 3 here at the bottom. It's Oscar Magalotti, Han Tang Wang, and Callum Otto on the outside lane. So we're 1 lap away from halfway as we hit 409s for our duo up the top of our screen. And behind 3rd and 4th, our visitor and William Cow. Kai Maloney as well, turning in 10th, but he's not too far behind 9th position, Callum Otto. We're sticking with that pack of 3, so Kai Maloney going to be looking across that pool, see that there is a group that he can stick with and try and make a move towards the end of this 800. So we begin to see those gears shift earlier here in this 800. As we see now Liam Paulson begin to just turn on the jets. We see the first wave from coach at Surrey Park saying stick with Liam. Do not let him go just yet. And where Hobart swimmers also beginning to make their play.
Could we
Ava
please have our lap
McNally.
counters for event 146 heat 2 starting to make their way onto pool deck, please. Lane 0 Geelong, lane 1 Camberwell Grammar, lane 3 Flyers, lane 4 Nuttawading, lane 5 Melbourne Swimming Club, lane 6 MLC, lane 7 Melbourne Swimming Club, lane 8 Surrey Park and lane 9 MLC. Thank you.
As they turn at the 550 metre mark, your leader is still Liam Paulson, followed around by Arika Rodenko. And in third at the moment is Ava Mignanelli. Now, I've just been speaking to one of our visiting athletes from our last heat of 1500, Molly Davis. She's over from Hobart Aquatic here at these Victorian State Championships. We're having a conversation about why these visitors might decide to come over. For Molly, being from Tassie, we have 1,600 athletes competing at these championships, and she thinks there's about 400 usually that compete at their states. So that field of competition, way larger over here, and just gives her a bit more of a challenge. So Molly, the state champion in her state of Tasmania for 400 freestyle, comes over to Victoria. We've got some great swimmers here this week, and she just gets that little bit more of a challenge. But she's really enjoyed the competition and that ability to try and chase down some swimmers who might be a bit faster than her in order to score some national times. So we're so thankful to have so many amazing visiting swimmers. I love talking to them. All these swimmers, such great kids. So thanks so much, Molly, for the chat. Congratulations on your swims this week. She's very happy that after that 1500 this morning, she is all done with her racing. And these visitors just doing such a great job as well at these championships. As Liam comes into the turn, 100 metres to go. He'll get the bell, as will lane 4 and 5. The two girls battling it out in the middle of the pool in heat 1. As Ava Mignanelli, the visitor, in lane 5. Also one of those Hobart Aquatic swimmers. She's really challenging the swimmer from Surrey Park in the middle. It's going to be close between them. Liam Paulson, he's just split a little bit faster than the last 50, so really building through here. Going to have a strong last 50 metres. Coach Tim from MLC standing up on his chair at the moment, giving his athletes a big cheer as we come down into the wall under those flags. It will be Liam Paulson, 9:30.26. So 15-second drop for him. Arika Rodenko of Surrey Park will claim that silver place. She gave it a little bit of a motorhome on that last leg to get in front of Ava Mignanelli. And fourth will be William Ko. So these 12, 13-year-olds, this is a mixed event, so we're looking for those first, second and third placings and times as we watch. We still have 3 heats remaining. Anyone can win these medals. Heat 2 in the water now. Just missing one swimmer in this one. Two swimmers. The swimmers in 2 and 3. Not racing this morning. They might have another event later in the morning. Just wanted a little bit of a sleep in, stay fresh. It is day 5 after all. As we go through the first 100, your leader, lane 5, Leo Nolan, MSC swimmer, already securing about a body length lead on Madison Brown in lane 4. And Neve Turton out in lane 8. She's going with those guys early on. We do know, though, anything can happen in these 800-metre events. Just because you start off out in front, we do like to keep an eye on those athletes sitting back, trying to have a more relaxed swim and build through. The 800-metre event, not too difficult to break down. A couple of ways to do it though. So the most used, I would say, simplest, 4 200-metre increments, split it up into quarters. That first 200, which Leo Nolan has just gone through in a 221.6. That's all about establishing that speed, that easy speed, getting out there, staying relaxed, not being too heavy on the legs, plenty of oxygen in, and finding that rhythm. It's a lot easier to hold a consistent stroke than it is to sort of do little sprinty bursts and then relaxed stages. That second 200, it's all about rotation usually, so they look to keep that rating the same. Sometimes it can settle a little bit, drop down too low, so coaches will be really on it about keeping that arm speed going, keeping that hold on the water. Coaches look for that early catch position. A great example of this is Katie Ledecky. She gets onto the front of her stroke really early on. That nice high elbow position at the front. Sometimes called that Ledecky arm. I know a few of the athletes in this heat, that's been one of their goals throughout the season, to really work on getting that early catch and not dropping the elbow. Then when they hit that third 200, they'll just start to bring the legs in a little bit more. So try and sit up a little bit higher in the water. Make sure they don't have too much drag. And that's where they really start to lift. And then, of course, that last 200, it's a bit like anything goes. Whatever you've got left in that tank, you want to use it so that when you hit that wall, you couldn't have done any more. Leo now with about 20 metres on the next athletes here. He'll turn at the halfway point in a 450.16. Really looking strong. Be trying to come in under that 10-minute mark, that 10-minute barrier. Madison Brown in lane 4 has turned in a 5:03.95. And at the moment in this heat, Lev Dishuk is currently in third, 5:04.51. So the time, Leo Nolan looking to beat not only his personal best entry time of a 10:12, but if he can be pretty consistent in this second half, he might go close to the time set by third place, currently Alfred Hahn from Heat 1. So that was a 9:49. Trying to put himself in contention for one of those medals this morning. Timed finals, so we don't come back and swim this again in the evening session. The times posted this morning, they're official and they are your results overall. Very close at the moment between Lev and Maddie. The swimmers in 6 and 4. Just breathing towards one another. These guys have 200 meters left to swim in this 800. Heat 2. Across the other side of the pool. Now starting to lift up and catch those middle lane swimmers. That's Summer Morgan. She did a really great 400 metre swim yesterday from an early heat. So one of the unseeded heats to score herself in the final last night. She loves a longer distance event, so you can see her rating has picked up with 200 metres to go. Coach Andy at Geelong speaking earlier about how important it was for Summer to maintain her efficiency. So they were really looking for her to keep that stroke count low during this 800. As Leo Nolan gets that bell, he's got 100 metres left to swim. He's turned in an 8:38.25. So he's going to be very close to that third place time. Lev just moving himself into second. About half a second in front of Madison Brown. But watch out on that lane 0. The Geelong coach is giving the big wave. So is Hayden from Nunawading. Those two girls really fighting here now. The girls' times to beat current third place is 10:01. I don't think they're quite going to get there. Although I believe one of those girls in the heat previously was our visitor. So these two are battling it out for that bronze medal position as Leo Nolan hits the wall. 9:53.15. So big personal best swim there for Leo. Madison Brown will grab that bronze position at the moment from Victorians. She's gone a 10:08.36. And Summer Morgan, 10:11.26. So some more personal best swims here this morning on day 5. Great efforts by all the athletes in this 800 freestyle, 12, 13-year-olds. Super challenging event. We are really enjoying having so many junior athletes competing in these longer distance races. All right, so the results on the board there not affecting too much at the top end. We have had a couple of disqualifications in that heat. Such a tough event. As we move on to heat 3. Very mixed field in heat 3. Pretty even between boys and girls in this one. Just waiting on our technical officials, and we'll get heat 3 underway. So, a couple of athletes just reacting to the starter saying stand down. This does happen. Our swimmers, when we teach them and coach them, after that take your marks, they're trained to respond to that noise of the gun. So the next sound they hear, quite often they'll react to.
Infraction report, event 146, heat 2, lane 9. Initiated to start before the signal. That's event 146, heat 2, lane 9.
So early on with a lead here, that's lane 6, Campbell Mills, Ivanhoe swim team. He's gone around in a 109.87, so
Infraction report, event 146, heat 2, lane 7. Did not complete the whole distance. That's event 146, heat 2, lane 7.
So as we come into this 150 metre mark, it's still Campbell Mills here, 148.22, just ahead by 0.9 of Hamish Davin. So the two boys, I think they've got a bit of adrenaline pumping. They were the ones that just fell in when they got told to stand down. But as we said, you're trained to respond to that signal. So you just hear noise and you go, and that's why it's so important as well. You've got to be quiet when that starting signal triggers. When you hear take your marks, it's quiet as we watch these two boys lead us out here. But also at the top of our screen is Arjun Chahal. So an underwater swimmer there.
Arjun's had a great meet. I've seen him in so many finals, so many swims. He's looking good here in this 800, so it's really nice to see those athletes over in the outside lanes on track for some good swims this morning.
That was our Melbourne Vic Centre swimmer there, Archer Marsland as well. She's staying up there with our leaders, just ever so slightly behind and equal with lane 1, Titus Tang. Too far behind, Propulsion's Hannah Ristig, Maisie Graves, our two visitors at the bottom.
Yeah, so Archer, another one of those country swimmers. He's from Traralgon. We saw a few of those Traralgon boys do good 400s yesterday, setting the pace early on. And it's always a lot easier if your teammates are swimming well. It almost motivates you to put on a great performance too.
For sure. It might be an individual sport, but we're still always working as a team. You're training with your teammates. You've got to always make sure you're lining up next to them. It is fun being in the same lanes as your friends, but it's even fun having bragging rights over your friends. That's what I love about training. Just the nice banter that you have if you manage to pick off someone for 150 and then they come back. So, you know, being able to push each other is what's so beautiful about this sport. And that's what we're seeing here in this race, as we now start to see the Skevies boy, Hamish Davin, begin to ever so slightly extend his lead over Campbell Mills. But they're the two to lead it out.
Definitely something we try and teach our junior athletes, those 12, 13-year-olds, to enjoy the training. You know, that it's only going to increase as you get older. We start off with them doing less sessions, and then you want to build each year so you've got somewhere and some room for improvement. James, what kind of tips do you give not only our swimmers but their coaches to make sure that training is still fun and they want to get up and do all those mornings and come and put on a great show at training?
I think it's variety is always a big thing. You can always get caught up in that routine, especially for me, like with training 9 times a week and our training blocks being so hard and, you know, always building to see just how far we can push ourselves in the lead into major meets. This being a major meet for the little ones, it's all about just that variety in season and creating different sets and different ways to get the same outcome that you want. I think is really good. It means that the kids are doing something different every single time they step into the pool. Even if your goal for the session, whether it's aerobic or speed or...
Could we please have our lap counters for Heat 4 to start coming down to pool deck, please? Lane 0, Traralgon. Lane 1, Surrey Park. Lane 2, Surrey Park. Lane 3, Ivanhoe. Lane 4, South Gippsland. Lane 5, Ringwood. Lane 6, Flyers. Lane 7, Laverton. And Lane 8, Ringwood. Thank you.
So just that variety, even if it's skills as well, it's finding different ways to get that same outcome that the coach wants out of the session is so important. So adding that variety, not doing the same sessions for 4 weeks and then beginning to change it up is always one thing that I've found my coaches have done so well with in the past, and I'm sure the little ones appreciate that as well.
Yeah, so the other thing with your coaches is it's really important to develop that relationship early on between athlete and coach. Some of these kids might be even spending more time with their coach than they do their parents during the school term, between school and training. How important is that relationship to make sure it's set up and you guys really have that trust in one another?
I think for me, that's, as someone who's like a very big personality, I really love to have a great relationship with my coach. So me and Craig Jackson at the moment, we're a nice little dynamic duo, the two of us. And, you know, we get along and understand each other. And it did take some time, of course, to build that relationship. You're never just going to click instantly with a coach or, you know, or training. It takes time to, when you move programs, to be able to shift, as a few of us propulsion boys found when we entered into that high-performance program. Especially the high-performance program, it's so much different. There's all staff around pool deck. We have the help of so many great strength and conditioning physiologists, biomechanists over at the VIS and nutritionists. So being able to work with that team as well. And we've got to develop relationships with everyone. So it's also a great skill for the athletes to have. They've got to make sure that, you know, if they're on a team with someone, you might not always have your coach. If you get an opportunity to go to a junior worlds or a state teams like we'll have for short course next season. So it's super important to be able to work with different people and collaborate as well.
As we come down now to the 600 metre mark, just 4 laps remaining for our swimmers out the front here. Currently in the lead, Hamish Deverne. Got a little bit of a gap here of about 3 seconds between himself and Arjun over in lane 0, who's still having a fantastic swim. And Campbell Mills, even though he got off to a flying start, he's managed to hang in there as well. So some good endurance being shown by Campbell right now in lane 6. He's currently in 3rd.
So great job as we move through now with 150 metres to go. As we hit this turn here, it's an 8:16.20 for Hamish Davin, and he's begun to pick up the pace over that 50, followed in so closely is Arjun Chahal and Campbell Mills, and in fourth is Tiffany Miette, who's had such a fantastic competition as well out of Melbourne Vic Centre. Chiralgan as well in lane 3, Archer Marsland, Anna Risting, and our visitor as well at the bottom of your screen, 8:03. Coming into that turn now, she's 8:44.
Yeah, we're discussing some junior skills with Coach Lex from Melbourne Vic Centre. Tiffany, one of his highest standards of underwaters, so great to see her in an 800. And she'll be putting on a bit of a show on those tumble turns.
Just seen Coach Adam Ibrahim move to the middle of the pool to wave on Campbell Mills, and so are the Skevs coaches as well. They're sitting just at the 15-metre mark, so they'll be giving him a wave. Young Hamish Davin on that last 15 metres to make sure he's leaving nothing in that gas tank as we start to see Propulsion and Surrey Park and Terrelgan make their moves in this final 100. We begin to hit the close here. It's that final 25 metres, and Nunawading trying all their best to catch up to Skevs.
I don't quite think they're going to be able to do that. As good as Arjun is looking in this final leg, he's going to run out of pool. It will be Hamish Davin from St. Kevin's who touches the wall first here. His time, 10:08.75. Arjun in second, 10:10.95. So some huge drops, about 20 seconds under their personal best entry times. Campbell Mills will take third.
Nice 16-second drop there for Campbell Mills, 18:15.00. Just touching the wall there, Maisie Graves. Terrelgan's Archer Marsland as well. So Melbourne Propulsion in ninth, 10:35.39. As we wait now just for our visitor in lanes 9 to 10:43. Again, such a fantastic swim as we move to heat 3.
So all times official there. No disqualifications in that heat. And we move to our fourth and final heat of the 12-13-year-olds mixed 800 freestyle. So this being our fourth heat means we've got just under that 40 swimmer mark between our 12-13-year-olds. Fantastic amount of athletes to go under that qualifying time for state championships. So to be here and compete over these 5 days, Swimming Victoria sets times that are a standard that you must qualify earlier in the season underneath. So you have to be on that time or faster to come and race here. And it just really shows the depth in Victorian swimming at the moment, particularly in our younger age groups. Post those few COVID years where we didn't have a lot of opportunities to swim, we're starting to see these guys flourish now. And it's so great to have them in these longer distance races as well.
Yeah, they're going to really reap the reward of just hanging in there through that COVID period. Not everyone got to swim, particularly in those first few lockdowns. So for those that have hung in there, they've done so well. And the fruits of their labour is definitely paying off here as we come into the turn. Aiden Smythe, 154.38 for SGB boy. And I was talking to his coach, Caden Gill, earlier, and he's so happy with how his swimmers are going throughout this meet.
Yeah, there's so much pressure coming into an event like this on those coaches. We've worked a whole season, planned it out, tried to time everything to perfection to have these athletes up and racing fast. So that it's almost a sense of relief when you get to a meet like this and everything looks like it's gone to plan and those swimmers actually hit the times they want.
Yeah, it's so important to just get your athletes peaking at the right time, and it's such a challenge for coaches, but I'm sure they find so much love and in that challenge. As we now move through, the Flyers are starting to push through, as well as Ringwood in lane 5. Those are our 3 on the charge, as well as Miller said up the top. Not too far behind are our 2 Surrey Park swimmers and our other Ivanhoe swimmer, Hope Christian, swimming really nicely as well, as she's holding on next to Benjamin Sharp. She's begun to make her play, and as well in lane 8, Amber Cherry, lane 7, Allegra Bombaggy.
So our leaders turning at the 300 metre mark here. The next 300 metres of this 800 are really crucial that these guys keep the energy up. Don't try and ease off too much here. You don't want to end up in that relaxed stage, fall back into those bad training habits. You've got to keep thinking about what you're doing, make sure you're hitting those walls hard and not resting too much.
Could we please have our backstroke ledge helpers down to pool deck? If you could please start making your way down to pool deck. We should have Yarra Plenty Waves 1, Ballarat Gold, Ballarat, and 2 people from Caulfield Aquatics. Thank you.
So our volunteers just getting called down to pool deck now to help put in those backstroke ledges. Swimming's one of those sports where we rely so heavily on volunteer contribution. We shout out a huge thank you to our technical officials who all volunteer their time. Such huge hours that they do at these championship meets. And we couldn't do it without them. We also couldn't do it without the assistance of our volunteers from each and every club. Those guys putting their hand up to, at the moment during these longer races, turn those numbers over for the lap counting. We also have our backstroke ledge volunteers, parents who come down on deck and make sure that we can keep this meet running smoothly by helping put them into each lane before and during the races, moving them around, getting them out of the way for those 200s. We also thank our volunteers who come on down and do the role of team manager within their club. These guys are really important. They make the coaches' lives that little bit easier, looking after those swimmers, ensuring they get to their races on time. They let everyone know if the timeline's running ahead. behind, organising those relays, making sure all those swimmers are there ready to go. So volunteers are huge in this sport, and we're so grateful for the hard work that they do. Also, a big thank you to Sumi Victoria. So far, I've run an incredible championship meet with the help of Big Voice Media running our live stream. Those guys do an awesome job and often go unrecognised. Having these championships streamed on KO Freebies, so awesome for our swimmers to be able to go back and watch their swims. Maybe listen in here if they've had a bit of a shout out from us commentators. Don't forget to come and chat to us between your races. Give us all the hot tips, the gossip. Let us know what the race plans are and how you're going to go in your events throughout the day. .200 metres left to swim, and it's still the two boys in the middle of the pool in purple cap, South Gibby Bass Flyers swim team. Oliver Seeley just got his feet on the wall, a little bit ahead of lane 4, Aiden Smith. But there's absolutely nothing between those two as they come into the wall to turn. 150 metres to go here. We might have just had another change in our leader. It will be Aiden Smith, lane 4. Less than half a second, though, between him and Oliver Seeley. Third at the moment, we've got India Condon over in lane 1. So a little bit of action on the far side of the pool. Miller said in 4th. Sister of Cody said, who we've seen race a lot these championships. Another name to put on your list of ones to remember. But again, a lead change with 100 metres to go. The boys will get that bell. It's going to be close. Who can lift for this final 100? It's still anyone's game. There's only a second between them now. Aiden bringing in that big 6 feet kick here. See if he can maintain it for that whole 100. Third, fourth, and fifth. Super close here too. Oliver Seeley just narrowly ahead, 0.11 in front. Final 50. Both boys, well, Oliver Seeley's breathing to both sides, so you can see where Aiden Smith is. He looks like he's just got a little bit of an advantage here. Higher stroke rate. Shifting that gear into the wall. Has one final look, head down, 10:38.27. He'll take first, just ahead of Aiden Smith in lane 4, 10:39.39. So a great race all the way down to the finish. India has finished in third. She's gone 10:47.71. And Benjamin Sharp has just narrowed his way onto the wall ahead of Thomas. Those guys to grab 4th and 5th here. What a fantastic way to finish off our 800 freestyles for the 12, 13-year-olds. So our officials will clear the water now so that our backstroke ledge volunteers can come along and put those ledges in, as our next race on the program is our women's 16-year-olds 200-metre backstroke. So a middle distance race It is the longest backstroke event that we swim at these championships. Once again, a little bit of strategy, race plan and tactics behind this one. We have 4 heats of these girls.
Underway now, heat 1 of our 16s 200 metres backstroke. We've seen so many great 200 backstrokes over the meet, so we're looking to continue that trend as Isla Ho turns in 35.38, followed closely behind is Tani Cronin, 35.64. So our outside lanes taking it out ahead of the middle. In this second 50 and third 50, we're going to see probably the pack start to get a little closer as people begin to build into that race and set their stroke. As well, another Nottawading swimmer, Kayla Sortner. Yeju Lee as well in the middle of the park. And lane 3, Amelia Atkin. As they turn, it's 114.9, 115.5 for our leaders, and they've begun to storm away here from the middle 3 swimmers. This is where we're going to start to see the legs build in. We're already seeing that from Kayla Sortner. She's now progressing through into that near third position in line with Amelia Atkin. But at the moment, it's still Tani Cronin taking our lead here. A fantastic backstroke, really long backstroke, and we're starting to see that rate increase as she comes in for this turn. So she turns in here, 155.48, followed by Isla Ho, but not too far behind is Amelia Atkin. They're both 157.8, and fourth and fifth are 2 minutes, only 0.6 apart. Kayla Sortner and Yeju Lee. Storming ahead is Tani Cronin.
Yeah, Tani had a swim-off earlier this week. Very close race in that one.
Now start to reach the flags here, and DVE's made their move as well. Amelia Atkins just getting over the top. Isla Ho, and it's a long finish, 235.46, followed by 238.01 and 238.61 for Isla Ho, and 242.66 and 242.82 for Yeju Lee and Kayla Sortner. So great start for all of our girls there.
Once again, a little bit of a longer hold at the start of these backstroke events today, just ensuring that all our athletes are still before we begin the race.
Terrific start there from Juliet Mazur, our visitor in lane 6. Really popping up at that 15-metre mark. I think about 13 metres there, so really great from her.
We'll see if she can maintain those underwaters across the next 3 laps. The girls in the middle have just started to catch her now on this swim part. And it will be Brooke Briscoe, Disco Briscoe in lane 4. She's turned in first, 35.16. And Juliet Mazur follows her around, 35.48. Not a lot between the fields. Alexa Starthus over in lane 0, also having a good swim early on.
Alice Evans as well in the mix. We've also got Kate Morrison, Angel Bizzardo down the bottom of our screen. Starting to move through the pack is Angel.
We expect this third lap to really separate the group here. The third 50, really important in any 200. Can set yourself up really well for that last lap. If you're gaining speed in this one, it's a lot easier to shift gears as you come down on the final leg of this 200 backstroke.
Yeah, we've just seen those legs start to switch on for lanes 1, 2 and 3. They're going to look to push through that pack as well as lane 8, Lara Pedersen, and lane 9, Stephanie Booker as well.
Fitness is really showing though for lane 5, Alice Evans, starting to make a little bit of a move, get herself ahead of Brooke Briscoe, who's currently in second.
Hit the turn now. It's a 152.72 for Alice Evans, followed by Brooke Briscoe, 154.73. And third place, Katie Simpson. She's now made the push up, our visitor, 155.59, but there's a few not too far behind those top 3 positions. So it's going to be a nice battle for the top 5 or 6 in this heat, which is so important when there's only 4 heats, but still Alice Evans here in the lead. Also got lane 6 making a push too.
Yeah, Alice looks really nice here. She's keeping that stroke rate not too high. Good hold on the water. She does have a little bit of a bounce to her stroke, so something they might smooth out before tonight's final. But it will be Alice Evans, 2:30.65, who takes out heat 2. Disco Briscoe in second, 2:33.32. And third, our visitor, Juliet Mazur, 2:34.14. So lane 4, Gemma Holt stayed under the longest and got the best start in the field there. Ahead of Sione Kinzet in lane 5. Also off really fast was your lane 8 swimmer, Amelia Kennedy. So those 3 looking to lead us around at the 50-metre mark in this 200. Gemma staying under a really long time again compared to the other swimmers. So really great skills from the Cheltenham swimmer in lane 4. I do expect Sione to make a little bit of a shift in the second 100. This is her event. She's been waiting 5 days for this one.
Yeah,
she's just sitting on Gemma's hip at the moment.
It's also a really great swim here from Vic Centre's Amelia Kennedy, coached by Adrian Hirsch, Lex Sandakis. Fantastic coaching duo here at MSAC. As we hit the turn at the 100, it's 110.59, 111.54 for second, and Amelia Kennedy, who we're just talking about, is 113.47. So she's put herself in a great position to push in this third 50, as well as Sienna Barkay and Sarah Steinman, Geelong.
Sarah's had some great last legs of 200-metre events here at these championships. So I wouldn't be surprised if she motors on down that last 50, but it will be your middle lanes who hold the lead here. Looks to be Gemma Holt just narrowly ahead of Sione at this point in the race as they go around. There's about 0.5 between the two, so half a second. But Gemma definitely the better of the underwaters there. So finding that those skills really playing a part in this particular 200-meter backstroke event. As Sione charges down that last 50, trying to make up that ground. She's come alongside Gemma now, so it'll just be a case of who wants to touch that wall a little bit ahead here.
Yeah, it's been a really big program for Gemma Holt, but she's going to want that position on the wall as Sione just ever so slightly passes. It'll come down to the finish here. And we're going to see it's only 0.47 between them. Sione Kinzet first, Gemma Holt second. Third place goes to Sarah Simon, that back end that we were talking about. Phenomenal there, that 75. You saw her build really nicely. And fourth place will go to Sienna Barkai, and fifth, Kate Lewina. Oh, sorry, Amelia Kennedy, sixth, Kate Lewina. So phenomenal swims there. All those 2:30 low marks. That's looking like it's going to be the cutoff for this final as we enter Heat 4.
Fourth heat underway now. This is our final heat of the 16-year-old girls 200-meter backstroke. Your fastest qualifier in the middle of the pool, Jessica Wilson. She's another one who's had a big program. Lots of 100-meter events, so she enjoys the sprint. She's going into this longer distance here today, so the 200-meter backstroke. But she's had such great performances, and she's already looking dominant here. 2 seconds out faster than the rest of the field.
Yeah, so a second ahead of our first 50 in the previous heat by Gemma Holt. So her being more of that 100-metre swimmer, Jessica Wilson, she's going to be out a little quicker. And she's just extending her lead here by a body's length, but it's a great race so far. We've got 4 girls all in the mix. Charlotte Risting, Stella Salamone, Olivia Bailey, Kiara Mooney as well. And she'll be the one to turn in second. 111.36, and it's a 108.76 for our leader, Jessica Wilson. Great race here from our lane 7 and 8, Courtney Mudge and Jade King. 115s apiece, and up the top of our screen as well, we're going to start to see that build here across that third 50. Expect to see the legs start to propel the swimmers up onto that catch and build in for that fourth 50 as well. As we hit the turn here, it's going to be Jessica Wilson to turn first. She turns 146.01. And in these heats of our final day, this is the opportunity where you can sneak into a final from those outer lanes. And lane 6 is doing a phenomenal job of that, Kiara Mooney, looking to extend her second position now.
She's had some really solid heat swims, so obviously Kelly's spoken to her about making sure that she's pushing hard in the morning and trying to back it up at night, not doing too many relaxed heat swims. She really wants those spots in finals.
As we hit the flags now, it's Jessica Wilson. She's going to touch in. It's going to be a fantastic time, 224.41, followed by Kiara Mooney, 227.71, 230.52 for third in Stella Salamone, fourth, 230.88 for Olivia Bailey. So this has been a really, really fast heat. It's going to be interesting to see where everyone ends up in the rankings.
It looks like it's going to take about a 2:31 to score a spot in the final tonight in this event, so a good push.
So we move into the boys' 3 heats here. underway here now. Heat 1 of our 16s men's 200 backstroke. It's a great start from both our Cheltenham swimmers in this heat. Fantastic skills we've seen from Cheltenham Swimming Club as well as Surrey Park's William Watkins. As the Cheltenham boys begin to lead this first 50, progress through now into the flags. Come down to the turn to establish our leader, and it's Jake Ridley, fantastic medley swimmer that we've seen so far this meet, and he's looking to show off his skills in this backstroke. Such an important stroke, the backstroke for the IM. Some coaches actually say it's the most important because that's what's going to set you up in the later end. So expect him to really push here as a medley swimmer in this second 50 to set up that final 100 metres. But in the middle, Ross Skiotis beginning to build now into this second wall.
Yeah, it's going to be really close on this turn here. The two Cheltenham training partners, Oscar and Jake, as well as Ross Sikiotis in lane 4. Ross and Jake, the better underwater swimmers, so they take away a little bit off the turns, and then Oscar's having to sort of mow them down during the swim element of this 200 backstroke.
Yeah, Jake, phenomenal underwater there. He's just probably got a little stuck on that breakout, so I'm sure Coach Kelly Stubbins will be having a look at that to fix up for the finals. It's so important to progress through that breakout as well in the backstroke. You don't want to waste all that energy on that underwater and oxygen to not carry it through into your swim. As we see now, Ross Skiotis pop up at 140.38, and his surge really nicely ahead here of the two Cheltenham swimmers, Oscar Campbell, Jake Ridley. But the outside swimmers in 6 and 7 and are looking to catch up.
Benjamin Nolt has really put his foot down on this final 50. Sorry, my mistake. William Watkins, the swimmer from Surrey Park in 7.
He's looking to overtake here into the flags to sneak himself in that top 3. It's going to be tight.
He gets there. 3/100th separating 3rd and 4th. So in an event like this where we have 3 heats, all circle seated, those hundredths of a second become so important to make that final, especially with 3 athletes on that 2:17 mark.
Heat 2 now is underway of our 3-seeded events, and we do have one pull out, Tom Sutherland, the breaststroker. Probably didn't want to touch that backstroke today, but we do have his teammate Campbell Wilson Moran, phenomenal 200 backstroker, silver medalist in this event at our recent age nationals, as well as his other teammate who we will see in the next heat. But at the moment, it's all Campbell as he comes into that turn. 30.13, that's a phenomenal start there. He's going to be looking to get out quick, as well as Nicholas Highland. 3rd, Logan Brandy, who's backing up from a big program, as well as Matthew Golding out in lane 1. But solid build here from Campbell so far.
Yeah, and we'd only really expect Campbell to lift in this second 100 of the 200. He took out the 400 freestyle earlier at this meet. And a very exciting finish onto the wall. He leads us around 102.24 at the 100. Nicholas Highland in 2nd, 104.96. And Hugh Caden in lane 3, one of your visiting athletes. He's turned in 3rd, but narrowly ahead of Logan Brandy. So very close 3rd and 4th in this heat as well. So these guys looking to go under that 2:17 mark to guarantee themselves pretty much a spot in the final tonight. Anywhere around that, it's going to be cutting it close.
Yeah, we've got a great race just at the bottom as well there between Matthew Golding and our visitor, Bo Nicholson. But it is Campbell Wilson Moran leading the charge here, as he's looking to probably snag that middle lane ahead of his teammate tonight. In 2nd place, Nicholas Highland. Our visitor, Hugh Cutton, in third, but he's going to have the pressure put on him by Logan Brandy as he now begins to build through into this last 15 metres. We're about to hit the wall here. It's Campbell Wilson Moran, a 2:10.21 to lead us off here, and it's a 2:15.46 for Nicholas Hyland. A fantastic finish there from Hugh Cutton. Our visitor, 2:18.0. And it's a tight finish. Phenomenal back end there from Matthew Golding. 2:25.19 and 2:26 for Bo Nicholson. So another Caulfield Grummick boy leading our 200 backstrokes here, but he's just popped up slightly behind Brian Zeng, who's had a phenomenal meet out of MLC. And we've got our three boys on the other side of him. Zach Alexander, our visitor, Shenghao Jin, as well as Kaiden Lin. So we've had a few pullouts in this event, which means there is opportunity. There always is opportunity on this fifth day. It's your opportunity to get into that final, and we know that if you progress into that final, you're going to step it up. There's a bit of nerves, a bit more energy in that night session, so you're going to want to perform to the best of your abilities, as our two boys here are showing. Jack Morrow, our gold medalist in the 50, 100, 200 backstroke at Nationals, as well as the 400 freestyle. He's not really known for his freestyle, but he's willing to throw down in that event as well as we come into this next turn. And it's fast, taking our 102.60 for Jack Morrow, Brian Zeng 103.24, and a nice race here for third. It's going to be Pirates, Zach Alexander, closely followed by Kaiden Lin and Shenghao Jin, not too far behind as well from Nunawading.
So you might be noticing at the start of our backstroke races, occasionally swimmers having to restart and reset themselves. This appears to be sort of a new thing that has been brought in at these championships to make sure it's an even playing field and that all athletes are pulling up at the same time. So if someone decides to pull up into their take your marks position a little bit later, making everyone else wait, those officials are going to restart them, tell them to stand down, relax, and then they'll go again.
Yeah, if they continue to do that again, they'll receive a warning, and if it's a third strike, it's time to get out of the pool. It's got to be an even playing field as much as possible, and that isometric position that you have to hold in that backstroke start is very heavy if you have to hold it for a long time, but that hasn't affected Jack Morrow as he's come in for this finish at 2:09.02, so our leader from these three heats, a 2:11.05 for Brian Zeng. He'll be very happy with that swim. And look at this. Shenghao Jin has saved his push late. It's a 2:22.53, 2:23.63 for Kaiden Lin and Zach Alexander, our Pirates visitor from New Zealand, 2:26.34. So this is going to be a very exciting final tonight from our top swimmers as we move now to some more 200 backstrokes from our 15 females.
Event 151 in your program now. This is the girls' 15-year-olds 200-metre backstroke. So we continue on with these 200 backstrokes today. Off to a good start in the middle. Lane 4, Tessa Harvey, one of our visitors. She'll turn us around at the 50-metre mark in first. Second comes from the other side of the pool at the moment. That's lane 1, Anika Sanapu. And currently in third, Millie Van Diemen, your swimmer from Northwest in lane 7. Had a little bit of a chat to Millie before her swim this morning. She was actually looking forward to being in one of these early heats, taking the pressure off herself and hoping to put together a good swim today.
Yeah, she's doing that really fantastically. Our leader, Tessa Harvey, visitor, 35.2 out to the 50. She's set the pace early, 3 bodies lengths ahead of such an even field. So it's all to play for those minor positions, and it's a 1:13.88 for Tessa Harvey. It's going to come down to the turn for second, and it's Aneka Sinapu, 120.43, but not too far behind. Only 0.02 is Hannah Wilkinson in lane 3. So it's going to come down to these skills and the build that sets them up for this final 50.
Still very close for second place in this race. Tessa Harvey got quite a lead here coming into the last lap. It's a solid swim for her. Really interesting considering all these girls have very similar entry times. So looks like Tessa's going to be doing a really, really good time improvement in this race.
Yeah, she storms through now, passing with 35 metres to go. It's 1:54.87 at the turn. We look to have now had one person establish that second place. It's Caddy Young, 2:02.7 at the wall, and she's made her push now ahead of the other 2 girls behind her, but it's going to be challenged by our lane 8 swimmer here, Shelby Morgan, as well as Geelong's Hannah Wilkinson. It's a great race for third, as we've seen a 2:34.59 on the screen for first, second 2:43.11 for Caddy Young, and third is Shelby Morgan. She gets that finish, 2:35. 2:45.45.
So important in this race, particularly in backstroke timing, that touch onto the wall, that nice long stroke but fast arm stroke over on that last one of the swim.
Underway here for our first of 3 seeded heats. It's a fantastic underwater from our 2 Nunawading athletes, Lily Koch and Alicia Clark. Just snuck in ahead of Vic Centre's Emily Tulloch. So we're seeing a really nice easy speed here from Lily. We know she's got that 200 engine. As we approach this first turn here, it's a 33.64 for Lily, followed by, up the top of your screen, Claire Matheson, 34.64. The outside smoke looking to get her name into those top rankings, as well as Emily Tulloch and Grace Morton, our visitor, in 35.22. We're halfway through this second 50 now, and this is when we've got to begin to put the pressure on.
Yeah, Em just starting to creep up on Lily during the swim.
Swimmers and
In this
coaches,
second lap.
please note that after event 152, we'll be going straight to 156. 155 is the straight final. So if swimmers could start to make their way down to pool deck for event 156. Thank you.
So Emily Tulloch catching Lily Koch on each lap, then just kind of dropping a little bit behind off the wall. So once again, seeing the importance of our skills here. Alicia Clark, she's doing really well at the moment, but there's absolutely nothing between her and the other side of the pool. Claire Matheson in lane 0, who's having a phenomenal swim here as well. Claire with the team at Ballarat Gold over on that edge, so she'll be able to hear them giving her a bit of a shout and probably see them giving her a bit of a wave as well along here in the last 50. She's still in that third place position. So Emily Tulloch just took the lead in lap 3, Lily Kosh in second, and it's Claire Matheson over in lane 0 in third.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal swim by Claire Matheson. She's put herself in a position to get on that podium, but she is going to be challenged by Alicia Clark in lane 6 as we come into the wall now. It is going to be Emily Tulloch.
She's absolutely taken off in that last 50, Emily, really showcasing that endurance.
Definitely wants to set herself up well, being the first of the seeded heats. It's 2:33.0 for Lily Koch. Alicia Clark gets that third spot just ahead of Claire Matheson, but she's done a great job there. Really big PB there from Claire Matheson, 7 seconds. We move now to heat 3 of 4. First 50 down for our Heat 3 15s, 200 backstroke females, and it's Michaela Larkin storming away here, and it's closely followed by Maisie Pronk, our visitor. So those girls leading away here really nicely as they cross the 85-metre mark, and it is Cheltenham, followed by Emmanuel, as well as a nice third place here for Sarah Pravilli. But she's going to be accompanied by lane 0 and 1. They're both 1:15 apiece. Tess Flanagan and Ava Candy. So look for them to start to make their push now, as Vic Centre in lane 7 and in lane 8 has Frances Bedville, Gabriella Taylor and Ella Irvine not too far behind, but it is our leader here, Michaela Larkin, 110 at the 100. Let's see what she splits here at the 150. She hits a 146.85, followed by a 149.34 for our visitor, Maisie Pronk. And it's a really close battle for third here. Tess Flanagan and Sarah Pravilli have got a race on their hands for that place, and it's going to come down to that underwater skill there. Both girls doing a phenomenal job at that, but we've got our two leaders as we cross with 15 metres to go for our leader.
Now, Sarah, your swimmer in lane 6, the Geelong athlete, she's got a lot of motivation going into this race. There's a very famous duck going around the Geelong camp that you get given to showcase to that camera in finals, and if she can score a spot in this finals, she's been offered the duck. So doing this one for that opportunity as she hits the wall in a 2:34 to take third in that heat.
Yeah, fourth Victorian in this heat was Tess Flanagan from Ivanhoe Grammar. We heard her coach on the commentary before, Arco. So Arco will be over the moon. Those results are official as well. Ava Candy, Frances Boudville and Gabrielle Taylor. Ella Irvine in behind. So move to heat 4 of 4. Fourth and final heat is underway. And it's a great start from the middle of our park here. Lanes 4, 3 and 5 carrying us out. Nice easy speed here as we cross the 35 metre mark. See how they split here. The first 50 as they come in for that turn. And our leader is Clara Karochi, our visitor, 33.88 with an equal second place for Misha Nicholson and Judy Hussein Aman. 34.23 for those girls. And in behind, in third, Isabel Donette.
Pretty close race on our hands here. The top 3 athletes, not much distance between them, and then the next 2 fairly close as well. So we'll see what this third lap brings as they turn at the 100-metre mark. Clara is still your leader, 1:10.97. Judy has solidified that second place now, just ever so slightly ahead of Misha.
But look at this build here from lane 5. Misha Nicholson, that rate has increased so much, and she's looking to make her play early as we head into this turn with 15 metres of this lap. Also
Misha,
not too far behind, Isabel Denert and our visitor up top as well, Isabella Stammers.
Yeah, Misha really wanting to go with Clara on that third lap. Clara great underwater, leading her into this last leg of the 200.
And that's what's so important as well. When you come off that turn and you can see someone next to you, utilise the underwater skill to get up and ahead. That's your opportunity to see them. When you're looking up at the ceiling, or your eyes is on the prize, well, you can look away and go, there's someone, I need to get ahead. So that underwater skill, she's used that perfectly. As a Norwood swimmer comes into the wall here with 5 to go. It's going to be her to get her hand on the wall. 2:24.19 followed by 2:25.97 for Misha Nicholson, and third goes to Judy Hasina Mann, who's swum phenomenally this meet. Fourth and fifth, not much to separate as well. It's going to be a really tight final tonight. Fantastic race yet again that we've seen from these 200 backstrokes. Our final swimmer comes into the wall here. It's a 2:48.48 for Matilda Barber.
Going to be close for those lower placings too into that final as well. I think around those 2:32s in that heat will just sneak them in. So a lot coming from this fourth heat to score another swim tonight. Event 152 underway now. This is the men's 15-year-olds 200-metre backstroke. Just the 3 heats in this one, so all will be circle seated. We are missing lane 4, so just opening another spot for tonight's final. And you definitely want to be in one of these finals on night 5. The atmosphere just seems to lift a little bit more. People know that this is their last opportunity to race fast. We have a lot of supporters in because a lot of the teams will go out and do something after this event. It's a bit of a celebration, so definitely want one of those top 10 placings here this morning.
There's nothing better to celebrate than a final swim at night. As we progress now 85 metres into this swim, and our leader, Oliver McCormack, very close behind is Jude De Silva Smith, and also DVE's Jack Darling. Not too far behind as we approach the turn, and it's going to be Oliver McCormack followed by Jude De Silva Smith. Close behind Jack Darling. Look for someone to make a move here in this very close third 50 now with 25 metres left of this lap.
Yeah, Oliver over in lane 2, another one of those Ballarat Gold swimmers. He will have seen Claire Matheson put on a bit of a performance from lane 0. Some great backstroke swimming from those Ballarat Gold athletes. Because I think he might have just pulled himself into that first position here.
Yeah, phenomenal. Oliver McCormack, 144.55.
Swimmers, please be aware, event 155 is a straight final. So after Heat 3 of event 152, we go straight to event 156. If you're in the boys 14-year-old 400 IM, Heat 1, please start making your way down the pool deck.
So we enter now, 10 metres to go here, and Oliver McCormack is being challenged by lane 6's Fraser Allen, but it's going to come to the finish. It's a 2:20.65 to lead us off and a 2:21.00 for Fraser Allen. Third place, 2:22.84 for Jack Darling.
Yeah, great swim in lane 7 from Jack Darling. He was 4th on the turn at the 150-metre mark, and he pulled away by 2 seconds from your 4th place swimmer there, so nice last lap in that 200 backstroke.
Seeing plenty of opportunities here this afternoon, heaps of pullouts of events. We've just had a couple of straight finals announced over the microphone for our 400 IMs. As we move now to Heat 2. After a couple of stand downs, we're now underway in this 200 backstroke. It was lane 3's Darwin Praram who was warned, pull yourself up on time. And if you don't do that by that first warning, you will be asked to leave the pool, we have learnt. So you've got to make sure that you're abiding by the rules. It's all about having that even playing field. As we move now through that first 50 and off to a terrific start is Henry Allen, turning 29.24. In that first 50, followed by Darwin Praram, 31.0, and Alexander Hay, 31.28. But this is a phenomenal start from Henry Allen. He is surging forward now, past the 75-metre mark and in towards the rope at 85. And this is looking to be a fantastic swim here. He's already 2 bodies lengths ahead, but in equal second at the moment is MLC and Nunawading. As we hit the turn, it's a 102.08 for Henry Allen. Pops up just at the flags. Followed by the same 2 before. Alexander Hayes just gotten himself on that second ahead of Darwin Praram. And it's a close battle as well in 7 and 8 for Xavier Lucas Chi and Sebastian Cunningham, as well as 4, 5 and 6 positions. But steamrolling away is Henry Allen. He comes in for this 150-metre mark. He's 137.14. So he wants that middle lane for tonight, followed by a change in second place again for Nicholas Lindsay. He's made his play known to the swimmers next to him, Alexander Hay. And third place, Darwin Brarome. He's going to see that string now, Henry Allen. He's going to know to keep going. Get that finish. We know how important that finish is, and that's what it's going to be for that second and third position as Nuttawading and Norwood fight it out. It's a 2:12.73 for our leader after 2 heats and 2:19.83, so under that 2:20 mark for our visitor, Nicholas Lindsay, and third is Darwin Prarome. Fourth position, Alexander Hay. Some really nice swims there from our boys as we move now to heat 3 of 3. It's all up for grabs for that top 10 position tonight. Underway is heat 3 of 3. So all up for grabs here is that top 10 position. We just saw an excellent time from Henry Allen in lane 4 of the previous heat, and it's a 31.14 for our visitor, Lachlan Reek, who's had a fantastic competition, closely followed by Blake Hughes and Xavier Aguirre. Norwood boys storming ahead here as he crosses the 75-metre mark, and it's still all to play for second, third and fourth. But making his play now is Blake Hughes. He's built in really nicely as he approaches into these flags here.
100-metre mark, Logan Reich in 105.60. He's led us around just in front of Blake Hughes, swimmer from Northwest, 106.95, and Alec O'Brien having a really nice swim in lane 6 as well. He's just coming up alongside Blake Hughes at the moment, challenging him on this third 50. So those two will push each other along, see if they can catch up to Logan in lane 4.
Moment, Logan Reek looking really strong here as he comes in for this final turn. He turns 139.61, so he's split faster from second to third 50, and in behind is Blake Hughes, challenged by Alec O'Brien. Only 0.8 between them. Fourth, Sebastian Eagle, nephew of Climmy. So the Eagle boys have had a fantastic meet.
Logan looking really strong. 15 metres to go here. Really pulled away on that last 50. Not slowing down anytime soon. He'll get the touch. 2:12.4. Blake in second, 2:16.5. So we'll see those guys back for finals tonight. Alec O'Brien, 2:19.13.
Fourth, Seb Eagle as well. And fifth, not too far behind, 24.44 for Kynan Power. 8th and 9th for our outside lanes as we move now to our next event.
So event 155 has gone to a straight final. That will be swum in this evening's final session. And we move along to event 156. This is the men's 14-year-olds 400-metre medley. So this morning we have just one heat swimming, the fastest heat, so the fastest top 10 entry times into this event will be swum with the finals tonight. So these guys looking to post a time that could place them in tonight's final.
Yeah, Ben Merrilley's off to a terrific start. He's had a really big program, but he's not going to let that affect him on this fifth and final day, as well as Hamish Evans, William Goldstraw following him out, and we have a nice race in behind them between Surrey Park and William Bryan of Tiger Sharks, as well as Keenan Coulter, who touched in fourth at the 50. He's looking to sneak himself into this contention for top 3 of this heat. So it's a 1:10.40 for our leader, followed by only .02 between Hamish Evans and William Goldstraw, and in behind Keegan Coulter, our visitor. 5th and 6th, Jacob Chester, William Bryan. As we enter the backstroke leg, and just like our 200, this is the backstroke leg, our second 100, so this is where we're going to see people begin to pull away and set up physiologically for their next 200 metres, and that is what we're seeing now from Ben Merrilley's. So this being a timed final, with our fastest heat swimming tonight, Ben Merrilley's can still get himself in contention here for this top 3 if he puts up a great performance, which he has done so far as he crosses 175 metres into this race. And the field starting to even out now in behind him as visitor Keegan Coulter has started to pull himself away from the pack in second. Crossing into the flags though now is Ben Merrilley's. Hit that back to breaststroke turn, 226.61. He's split faster in that second 50 there, which is so important leading into that breaststroke. Same with Keegan Coulter, 232.90, followed by 236.23 for William Goldstraw, and not too far behind. Only 0.5 is Hamish Evans. We're hearing the whistles from Coach Juzzy of Surrey Park. Looks like, of course, in these IM events, there's always a breaststroker somewhere. And Jacob Chester, phenomenal breaststroke we're watching now as he's pressing forward, extending, holding that really nice solid line, trying to chase down Hamish Evans out in front of him. But Ben Merrilley's has gotten himself off to a phenomenal lead here. Finishing off now this breaststroke leg, and we've seen Hamish Evans turn on the jets here to secure that second position into the final 100. It's a 3:58.95 for Ben Merrilley's, 4:01.92 for second Hamish Evans. Jacob Chester has put himself in that third position in the breaststroke, and he's galloping his way to try and secure that top 3 position. Keegan Coulter, our visitor, in 4th. William Goldstraw touching in 6th, not too far behind William Bryan, who's done an amazing job in that breaststroke as well from Tiger Sharks. So the Tiger Sharks boys looking to drop some time here together, with Merrilley's touching in 4:35.98, followed by Hamish Evans, and not too far behind is Jacob Chester, 4:41.34 and 4:44.79 for Keegan Coulter, as we hit that final 25 metre mark for Ben Merrilley's.
Yeah, Hamish Evans has had a real crack at Ben in this last 100, but it's not going to be enough to catch him. He'll hit the wall in a 5:10.72. So a nice 6-second personal best time there. Hamish Evans will grab second this morning and Jacob Chester in third.
So some nice PBs there on the board, Ben Merrilies. That is a 6-second improvement. So those boys snagging themselves some PBs as we move now onto our next event. 200 breaststroke, only 2 heats. Here's the first of 2. Underway here is our 200-metre breaststroke female 16 years age group. It's a fantastic start from MLC's India Peleg, as well as our visitor Katie Simpson. We passed that 25-metre mark. It's very even, but Romy Hurd looking to extend past and into the lead here. But Ava Neems as well, beginning to press through this first 50. It's all up for grabs here. We've only got 2 heats, so it's going to be much easier to make that top 10 than you think, especially if in the other heat there's any pullouts. But 8 girls here, all fighting for that position, and you can tell because it's quite even across the field. It's still anyone's game as we cross the 75-metre mark. Midget Nolan as well, starting to push through here. Midget Nolan really setting herself up here from Ivanhoe in the second 50, as well as MSC, Norwood and Ava Neems in lane 6.
Those 4 girls in the middle lanes, stepping it up there to pull away from the girls on the outside lanes here, so not really surprising. No outside smokers yet. This third lap, generally the deciding factor.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to this final turn as who gets into what position. That split stroke, so important, of course, different to our underwaters in the other events that we see on our program. So a fly kick, a pull down, and up into a breaststroke kick and streamline into that breakout. It's so important to be so powerful and explosive through that underwater. We've seen so many great breaststrokers through Victoria. Samuel Williamson, dual Com Games medalist, training here at MSAC. He's just broken the Australian record in the 50-metre breaststroke in Japan on their trip to Japan Opens with Coach Craig Jackson. But we have now a 3-horse race here as we cross the 25-metre mark. Katie Simpson was the one to touch in first, but she has been met by Ava Neems, as well as Romy Hurd and Imogen Nolan, our Victorians. So a visitor fighting for that spot. Only 2 visitors allowed in that final tonight. As we enter the flags now, it's stroke for stroke. We hit that wall, and it's a 246.83 for Katie Simpson, 247.33 for Romy Hurd. Imogen Nolan, 250.31 in third place, and fourth is Ava Neems, followed by MLC's India Peleg, who was off to a terrific start. 7, Isla Ho, and 8, Marley Adlem. The results are official as we move now to Heat 2 of 2. Underway here is Heat 2 of 2, our 16s, 200-metre breaststroke, and in to touch the wall first is Farida Taha, followed by visitor Jasmine Lyles. third, Kate Lewina. Begins to cross that 75-metre mark. And Surrey Park's Farida Taha has begun to make her move, but Jasmine Lyles isn't going to let her get away too quickly, as well as MLC's Kate Lewina.
You might notice our commentary team going a little bit quiet here. Our amazing officials and helpers and staff of Swimming Victoria coming around now with food for all of our officials and coaches, and fortunately us as well. So Swimming Victoria, a little initiative they brought in a few years ago, food for our coaches, food for our officials, making sure that we look after all those staff here across the 5 days who are spending such long hours at the pool. And it's so great to have this.
Yeah, my age group coach always used to say a caffeinated and not hungry coach is a happy coach. So if you're an athlete, come up to your coach with a coffee in the morning and you'll definitely become their favourite, even though they're not meant to have favourites. But as we approach this third 50 now, it's a great race here because our visitor Jasmine Lyles has really pushed through this third 50. She's touched in 2 minutes 57, followed by a 2:01.17 and a 2:04.16 for Kate Lewina, as well as Amity Lansbury and Lucy Clements, our other visitor. Shiloh Lethian in 7th and 8th, Hannah Dekova.
Yeah, so a good little race at the pool in the moment. Kate Lewina, Amity Lansbury. Not a lot separating them on the turn at the 150-metre mark. Jasmine Lyles just putting her foot down in this second 100. Looks like she's going to touch in first. Keep an eye on the time. 2:45.04. Farida Taha in second, 2:46.43. And the girls touching in third and fourth. There's only 3/100ths of a second between those two, so should be a close final across the board tonight as well. Only 16 girls in that event, so definitely a high opportunity for them to get a finals berth later this evening. We also have 2 heats in our next event. So this is the men's 16-year-olds 200-metre breaststroke. First heat on the blocks.
So we're led away here. And it's a terrific underwater from Felix Dressel-De Bruyne. But he's going to have to watch out for big bad Tom Southo. He is a 200 breaststroke animal as well, training with his training partner, who you'll see later in this event, Nick Stupas, coached by Kendrick Monk out of Caulfield Grammar. As we come into this first wall here, we've got 3 leading the charge. It's Teddy Ripper to touch first, as well as Tom Sutherland in second and Dressel-De Bruyne in third. In behind, Hamish Robson in 4th. 5th, Jared Webb, our visitor. There's a no swim in lane 7, which is less pressure for our later heat. Only 2 heats of these 200 breaststrokes, and 6 and 7. Mitchell Davies and Nathan Holmberg, another visitor here. But it's Southo leading the charge as we enter the flags, followed by Dressel-De Bruyne, who's built this 50 really nicely into this wall. He's got fantastic skills, Dressel-De Bruyne, as we've seen him touch in ever so slightly behind, and Teddy Ripper as well in the mix too.
Yeah, Felix last night in the 200 IM had a great finish, so looking forward to seeing what he can pull out in this second 100, but we do know Thomas Sutherland is a fantastic breaststroke swimmer. He's definitely going to be hard to catch up to in this second half.
Yeah, recently making the change, moving away from MSAC, following over Kendrick Monk to Caulfield, previously represented Western Melbourne Propulsion, and he's seen such great breaststrokers come through that program. Adam Selwood, Calvin Reed, who are now in our high performance program here at MSAC, but Terrelgan now starting to make their play into second. Teddy Ripper, who's had a fantastic meet as well, just behind the shoulder and the hips of Tom Sutherland, who's looking to hold this position. He's going to be challenged by Dressel De Bruyne as well. It's a very tight race in this top three, but we've also got another race on with Mitchell Davies and MLC's Hamish Robson in for that fourth position, which is so important when we only have two heats. It's the touch, 227.70 for Tom Sutherland, 228 for our second and third, Teddy Ripper and Felix Dressel De Bruyne.
Yeah, Felix looking super strong in the last 15 metres. He came up to be within 0.4 of Thomas Sutherland on that wall and just get himself ahead of Teddy Ripper. So look forward to seeing what these guys pull out later on. We'll expect some faster times tonight. They've just done enough to get themselves through to this final.
Underway here is heat 2 of 2. So training partner of Sutho, Nicholas Stupas, a national medalist in this event.
The Stoop, lane 4.
So very excited to see what the Stoop goes here. As he touches in 33.16, but in behind is Edward Mennings, Eugene 2. As well as Ryan Chung, Thomas Greenwood, Henry Kisoglis, Ethan Chiang Cruz in behind in 8th. So that second 50, we're starting to see a challenge from Eugene 2 in this 50. This is the 50 that's going to set up the rating, the pace to press through, as well as Edward Meddings going to sit now on the hip of Stoop. Stoop looking really long and strong here. Probably just looking to work for that placing as he touches in 110.02 to start off this 200.
Yeah, Stoop just looking really relaxed here. He's come off that wall and up the rating just a little bit. Maybe coaches spoke about just lifting, seeing what he's got on lap 3.
Coach Mel starting to yell out to her swimmer. Over in lane 0, Ethan Chiang Cruz. MLC doing so well at this competition, looking to continue that form. Nicholas Stupas, 147.69, and he's pushed through nicely ahead of Edward Meddings, followed in by Ryan Chung and Thomas Greenwood. This is the fourth 50, though. The places are all up for grabs. We didn't have many swimmers in that previous heat, so Stoop will be looking to secure his position, as well as Edward Meddings, and Ryan Chung's done a phenomenal job to keep himself in that top 3. Whistles now from Juzzy. It's a good battle for 4th. Surrey Park versus Nunawading. They train pretty close to each other, so Juzzy will want that win over Nunawading. First is a 227 again for Nick Stupas, and 228.38 for Edward Meddings. Third is Ryan Chung, and 4th Thomas Greenwood, followed by a close 5th Eugene 2. 6 and 7 Henry Kisoglis and Dylan Lamb. Fantastic swim there from MLC. Ethan Chiang Cruz as well. It's going to be a great final tonight.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a close one. A lot of different tactics and strategies as well from those athletes, so a few are going to take it out pretty fast. A couple of them more renowned for their back end. I look forward to watching that one later today.
Off we go for Heat 1 of 3, the 100-metre breaststroke 12 years age group. Early on, we're healing the goes over from Melton Coach. But to lead us away is Lucy Ma has had such a fantastic meet day in, day out, just putting up fantastic results for herself and her team.
Yeah, and she's been great across multiple events, so different strokes. We saw her win the 200-meter freestyle. Now she's doing a 100-meter breaststroke, so stepping it up a little bit more of a sprint. At the moment, second, Adelaide Ripper. Now, I don't know for sure, but I do wonder if this is younger sister of Teddy Ripper, who we just saw in the 200 breaststroke, so a bit of a breaststroke family maybe from Traralgon.
Both having phenomenal swims either way, and it's St. Leonard's Lucy Ma. As she passes 15 metres, she's going to be challenged though by Traralgon, Adelaide Ripper and Sophia Graham as well from Wodonga. Club has been loud this meet behind us, making our jobs hard. But it's first 122.60, 124.39 for Adelaide Ripper, and a super close third place. Sophia Graham just getting that finish over Amelia Grover's, only 0.02 to separate. So our top eight, 132.01 as well for Helena Lakama from Melton as it moved to Heat 2.
A little bit noisy on the start here. Just setting off those nerves a bit from the girls. You see a few of those legs having a bit of a wiggle there. But we are off and racing now. This is Heat 2 of the 12-year-old girls 100-meter breaststroke. Vivian Van, great start there from lane 6. Not far behind her, though, Arabella Johnson from Geelong. And already Arabella, just with that higher rating on lap 1, moving into that first place position. Keep an eye on lane 1 as well. Isabella Lynch, she's flying along in this first 50. As they hit the wall at the halfway mark, it will be Arabella Johnson, 38.79. Isabella Lynch in 1, she's turned in a 39.42. And Vivian Van, 40.22. So they're your top 3 at the moment. Elsa Wang in lane 5, just starting to attack Vivian Van in that third quarter of the race. Really narrowing the gap. The girls doing everything they can to hold her off, but Arabella Johnson looking really, really strong. Technique hasn't changed much throughout this whole 100. If anything, she's kind of lengthened it out in this last 25, so looking really, really good here for this morning's swim. She'll hit the wall 123.64. Close for second. It will be Vivian Van by 2 100ths to 126.92. Elsa Wang third, 126.94. And Isabella Lynch will secure that fourth place position there, 128.7. So lots of these girls around that 126 mark. Looks like that's going to be the cutoff to make the final tonight. Heat 3 underway now. Imogen Murray from Bayside Swimming Club had a great underwater, but up and firing fast was Lucy Reed in lane 5, your swimmer from MLC. She's really attacking this lap 1. So the idea in a 100 is you want to be out fast, not too far over your 50-meter personal best time, without expending too much energy. If you do utilize that energy on the first lap, that last 10, 15 meters, going to be very painful, so making sure that we go out strong, but we're not overrating in this breaststroke. Girls in the middle lanes doing well, as is Maisie Graves in lane 7, the swimmer from Surrey Park. They look like they're 1, 2 and 3 Maisie's training partners on the other side of the pool, though, not far out of contention here. So we've got the 3 girls from Surrey just behind Lucy Reed in lane 5, who is your winner, and Imogen Murray in lane 4. Down to touch. Good strong finish there from Lucy Reed, 124.15. Imogen Murray second, 126.04. And Maisie Graves, 127.66. It's the boys' turn now in this men's 12-year-olds 100-metre breaststroke. Just 3 swimmers in this first heat. We have 5 heats in this race this morning. These 3 boys, similar entry times. Firing off early, though, is Patrick Whitwood in lane 5. Got a bit of a lead over the boys in 3 and 4. Curious to see what he can do on lap 2.
Coming charging into the wall now. It's a great race to start us off here in these breaststrokes. It's 42.69 from Patrick Whitwood, followed by our lane 4 swimmer, 44.56 and 45.94 for Jaden Thatch. 35 metres to go here to anyone's grabs. We come in with 25 metres and it's still all lane 5. We've got a great battle between Surrey Park and Nunawading for that 2nd and 3rd position.
Looks like Patrick Whitwood is going to hang on as they come under the flags here for Heat 1. He'll touch the wall. Time of 132.72. Liam in second, 135.20, and not far behind was Jaden, 135.86.
Starting signal sends us into Heat 2 of 5 of our 100-metre breaststrokes. It's a great start from Northcote, as well as lane 4 and 3, Daniel Collins, Noah Behrens. Our first 50 takes us to a 41.16 from Jack Hawkins, followed by lane 1's Lewis Telford and lane 5 in 3rd, James Horgan. Look for those middle lanes now to start to press through, but
swimmers and coaches, please note that event 163 and 164 are being swum tonight. So we will go straight from event 162 to 165, girls 13-year-old 50 freestyle. Please come down to self-marshalling early enough.
With 5 metres to go now, it is Jack Hawkins who's held his lead fantastically. He touches in 130.34, followed by James Horgan and lane 1's Lewis Telford. 4th and 5th go to Noah Behrens and Daniel Collins. 6th, George Kitson. 7, Thomas Boritzwitz. 8th place, Dex Coomber. Our results official as we lead to Heat 3.
Yeah, that was a great heat for the boys in heat 2. I think nearly all the swimmers in that race dropping time off their entry time, which not only a great feat on day 5, but just an awesome effort from these young boys. Only 12 years old, for some of them their first ever state championships. You know the nerves will be pretty high. I think we might have had a cap fall off in that race, so Tio's just allowing the swimmer to go and receive their cap. We don't want any caps floating around in the lanes distracting the next heat. All right, cap retrieved. Once that swimmer exits the water, we'll be ready to go for heat 3 of event 160. This is where we start to see a few faster times come up on that board. Seeded heats from now. Up and stroking pretty quickly there. Broderick Coyne in lane 2, the St. Kevin's swimmer. We've seen him do some cracking races from outside lanes. And this one looks like it's going to be one of them. As they come 15 metres to swim in this first lap. Arjun Chahal and Quinn Richards in those middle lanes, the yellow lanes on your screen. Fastest qualifiers in this heat. They're going to be close onto that wall. It will be Quinn just narrowly ahead, 37.27. Arjun 37.85 and Broderick 38.49. Here comes the swimmer from Surrey Park though in lane 3. Ishaq Ismail looks to be overtaking Broderick Coyne right now. Still pretty close. As our leader, Quinn Richards, just starts to pull away, keeping those strokes nice and long, getting that length out the front of this breaststroke. He'll hold off Arjun to take first in heat 3, 118.96. Arjun 120.46 and Ishaq 122.22. That'll be an easy time for him to remember in the future. Boys in heat 4 underway now. Middle lane's already taking control of this race. Aston Wilson looking very strong at the 50-metre mark. A little bit of a glide onto the wall there, 36.38. Alan Zhang in second, 37.09. And your visitor, Ethan Werzer, in lane 5. He's turned into 37.67. Definitely seeing that inverted V shape here as the middle lanes take control of Heat 4. Aston Wilson looking super strong. Ethan Werzer with the better of the second 50s over Alan Zhang, so he's just creeping up on Aston, but he's not quite going to get there. Aston in first, 118.79. Ethan 119.60 and Alan Zhang 122.00. Fifth and final heat in the water now. Keen to see what a few of these boys can do. We've got a lot of familiar names in this race. Kepi Schneider's in lane 2. Great swim last night. Jared Lowe, our visitor from Singapore, he's been dominant over these championships. Keep an eye on Charlie Warburton in lane 5, the swimmer from Yarra Plenty Waves. Great effort in the 200 last night. I love Charlie's confidence going into races. He's told me he always goes in with the intention of winning. We love that little bit of competitive spirit from our 12-year-olds. Jared Lowe will turn in first. Jaden Zheng in 3 is currently in second. And Sebastian Flowers over in lane 7's taking it out strong to be in third position on the turn. Jaden Zheng is still looking really good, just behind Jared Lowe in the middle of the pool. But Charlie Warburton made a bit of a move on this second 50. Turned in fourth. He's moved himself into that third position, not far off second. Jared Lowe will finish in first, 119.39. Jaden Zheng, 120.55. Charlie third, 121.37. And not far behind him was Han Tang Wang, 121.45. So that's the fastest of the heats that we've seen. I think around that 122 mark. Might scrape into a final. But it should be a great race this evening for the boys 12-year-olds 100-metre breaststroke. Time for something different as we move along to event 161. This is the women's 17-18 years 100-metre butterfly. A super powerful event. We've got 4 heats in this field today. Heat 1 in the water now. We've got 5 swimmers in this race. Going out strong, lane 4, Talani Bibi, 29.69. So that's a swift moving first 50 here. If she can hang on, she's going to be a challenger and a hot contender to make a final from this early heat. And she is charging home. She's really pulled herself away from the rest of the girls. Trying to go with her is Alex Breeden from Emmanuel. But they've kind of left the rest of the field behind. And this is going to be a fast heat swim from Talani. She'll touch the wall, 107.26. 3-second PB from the first heat. Alex will take second there, 108.28. And third on the far side of the pool in lane 2, Rebecca Lang, Melbourne Vixen, 112.59. First of the seeded heats underway now. Another really long hold by our starters, so they might have just seen someone flinching, maybe moving a little bit on that block, just making sure that everyone is perfectly still. No one's getting an advantage in this race. Your swimmer in lane 4, Mia Yeo from Cheltenham Swimming Club. 2:18 last night in the 200-metre butterfly. You should see her have a strong second lap. But she is out fastest, 30.04. She just got her hands on the wall in front of Amrita in a 30.06. And Mia Hayden third on the turn there. So all three of those girls going out in 30 points. But it is 3 and 4 taking off on this second lap. Mia showing that endurance, keeping the rating really consistent here as they come down under the flags. It looks like she's going to take out heat 2. Nicely timed finish on the wall, 104.58, Amrita 105.33, and third Mia Hayden hangs on there by 1/100th of a second over Nicole Briscoe, 107.18 and 107.19. Heat 3. Lane 6 looking really good down this first lap. Madeline Doyle, but Layla Mahfouz is just going to get... Oh, no, it's actually going to be Isabella King on the wall there first. Lane 3, 30.55. Layla second, 30.64. And Madeline Doyle, 30.83. As there's a pretty straight line across the centre of the field here on lap 2.
Yeah, look to see that orange stripe in the middle start to press through now as we have 15 metres to go, as well as MLC's Madeline Doyle. It's a 4-horse race here. As we enter the flags, it's going to come down to the touch and who's got that timing right. It's still going to be Isabella King, our leader at 50, 105.92, followed by 105.94 for Madeline Doyle. Layla Mahfouz, 106.11, and Syojin weighing 106.29. So some fantastic swims there as we move to our fourth and final heat. Underway, heat 4 of our 17 to 18s female 100-metre butterfly. Giselle Davies going to be the one to take us out here. She's had a massive program, still backing it up day after day, putting in some phenomenal swims. In behind is Molly Cargill as well from Traralgon.
Andrea Tolentino out in lane 7, off to a really good start there as well. She had a great underwater and so a lot of speed off the blocks here.
So 28.89 is our leader. Second, Andrea Tolentino, and it's going to be off the turn, the two of them as well in the lead, but Nuttawading's Jordan Barnwell not too far behind. She split 31.00 at the 50. Giselle's now powering through with 15 metres to go here.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to catch Giselle as she comes down under the flags with almost 2 body lengths on the rest of the field. Lane 5, Molly Cargill had a really good second 50. She's going to hit the wall in second, so Giselle 103.55, Molly Cargill 106.93, and Jordan Barnwell, they've had an awesome meet so far. A lot of great performances from out in those outside lanes. They've hit the wall in a 107.03 to take third in that heat.
Here we go for Heat 1 of our men's 17, 18, 100 metres butterfly. It's a great start there from lane 9, Eamon McCarthy, as well as in the centre of the field. Lane 4, Patrick DeBrady and Jacob Lewis. Jacob Nimmo not swimming this one. But as we come now into the flags, it's going to be Patrick to touch in first. 28.06 followed by 28.33 for our visitor Jacob Lewis, and Eamon McCarthy 28.35 with that flying start as we enter the 75 metre mark.
Yeah, a bit of action from the outside lanes again. But as we come down on this second 50, the field sorting itself out a little bit. Patrick Forster having a really good second lap here over in lane 2. I reckon he's just moved himself from 4th into 3rd here. There will be Jacob Lewis in lane 5 who takes out that heat. 1:00.07. Patrick DeBrady second, 1:01.34. And Patrick Forster 1:01.60. So a lot of those boys sitting around that 1:01 mark.
Swimmers.
So we've got 4 visitors at the top of our screen,
Swimmers,
followed
the
by
50 metre marshalling is at the far end of the pool, not near the entrance.
So 4 visitors at the top, followed by 6 Victorians looking to take us through this first 50. It's pretty even across the board here. Fantastic start from lane 9 again for our second heat, but it's going to be Mitchell Stewart, Surrey Park, 27.15. In behind him is Daniel Civitaresi and our visitor Hamish Langman. We cross now 25 metres. It's still Mitchell Stewart, who's holding that length really nicely, getting that head in before his arms. He's chosen to breathe twos, but it's going to be a really nice challenge for these minor positions now as Skevs pushes through. It's 57.36, 58.89, only 0.02 behind is Daniel Civitaresi, and that's why that finish is so important. You've got to make sure you get on that wall on a full stroke and time it perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of not so great finishes in that race. It really showed on the wall there as the times popped up. The difference between those athletes, not a lot. And when it's coming down to those hundredths of a second, every little part counts.
Smooth underwaters and starts now for our Heat 3 of 4. Terrific start from our visitor Sam Kenny out in lane 5, as well as Tyler Theodore, Western Melbourne Propulsion. And lane 4, Mayan Basco's had a really big program, but he's still shining on day 5. As we hit that wall, he's going to be Mayan, 27.08 for him and 27.15 for Sam Kenny. Third is going to be Tyler Theodore, who does race that 200 butterfly and 400 IM. So we know he's going to have that back end. As he's surging through, it's a really even 4 horses leading this race, and
very tight field as some of those guys who are a little bit behind just starting to step it up now with about 5 metres left to swim. Who's going to get their hands on the wall first?
It's going to be Alan Liang, who's timed that finish so perfectly. 58.19, followed by Mayan Baska second and Tyler Theodore third. So they've asserted themselves nicely into that top 3, followed by Sam Kenny in 4th, so closely behind. So that 58.59 mark is looking like where you want to be if you're in this Heat 4. Flying dive there from Haruki Nakanishi, who we know has those phenomenal underwaters, and he's a 200 butterfly coming down into this 100, our top seed. But right next to him is James Lewina from MLC, Coach Jaden watching on steadily over there by our coaches' desks. As we now begin to enter the flags, the touch is going to be a 26.59 for Haruki Nakanashi, followed by James Lewina and Liam Malloy, who we've seen as well in our freestyle events. The Cheltenham boys taking out all the freestyle events in this age group.
Yeah, definitely some strong freestylers there. Nice to see Liam doing something a little bit different this morning. It's the last day. If your main events are done, it's always good to throw a fun one in to finish up on, but Haruki too strong in this second 50. Just pulled away. That 200 background really shining there. 56.72 onto the wall. James Lewina will touch second, 58.16. And Kalen Nathaniel's over in lane 2. He also came home really strong to finish in third, 59.20.
Yeah, fantastic swims. No swim from Harvey Lark. But something like 59 is the benchmark to make that top 10. So we move now to the 50 freestyles for our 13 years age group, females. They are at the other end of the pool. First heat here of female 13s 50 freestyles. We have one visitor, 2 Victorians in this race. It's a flying start there from Norwood's Clara Fay. In behind, Cheltenham Swimming Club, Emily Overall, as well as Lauren Tay. So they come now under these flags. We're going to hit the finish. 29.54. So a giant PB there, from 31.83 down to that sub-30 mark. Coaches will be happy with that.
Heat 2 hitting the water now. Our 50 freestyle, one of the most exciting events on our program here at Victorian State Age Championships. And look at that line across the pool. Super, super intense racing. Day 5, getting to have a little bit of a dash, a splash and dash and a sprint. And at the moment doing exactly that is Scarlett Gilmore over in lane 2, the swimmer from Geelong. Looking really strong here. She'll take out this heat, 31.02. Second on this side of the pool, Georgie Skinner, and third in the middle, Eva Nash.
Yeah, Coach Jacob Sell from Westbourne, really happy with his athlete swim as well, writing that one down as we move now to heat 3. Long hold for heat 3, and they were told to just stand down for a second. But we're underway here for that 50 metres heat 3, and it's a terrific start there from lane 6. As well as at the top of our pool, Phoebe Scarf leading us through 35 metres now. Furbank Aquastar swimmer. She's going to be challenged here by lane 7 and lane 9. We're going to see the touch. And it's a 30.57 from Phoebe Scarf, followed by 31.52 for Alia Parsons. and Isla Shaw, but haven't seen anyone go faster than that 29 that we saw in the first heat, so it'll be interesting to see how heat 4 go here.
Yeah, so if we just take a look at our program, that 29 swum in heat 1, none of the girls up until about heat 8 are entered with those 29. So that's an awesome effort from the first heat here. As heat 4 in the water now. Ava Clark having a really good swim in lane 3, just ahead of Neve King. So the two girls in red. They do say red is faster. It's proving true in this heat. Ava Clark first, 30.32. Neve King second, 30.45. And Thea Styring, 30.82.
We're here now for heat 5 of 10. Got a couple of visitors in this race as well. It's even across the playing field as we start this race. It's looking like the green cap over there in lane 3 is leading us through, but she's going to be followed by Hobart, Melbourne Vic Centre. As we come into the touch, we hear the whistles. It's a 30.15, so we've still got no one else under that 29 mark. Followed in second place, Vic Centre, Genvra Carabina. 29.5 is the one to watch from heat 1.
Heat 6 underway, and the action seems to be coming from this side of the pool. Looking really good here, lane 6. The swimmer from Yarra Plenty Waves, Caitlin Hassler. Chasing her down though, Mika McCrowan, Ivanhoe swim, and also doing really well is lane 9. Our visitor Brady, but it will be Caitlin, 29.60, so this is where we start to see it heat up. Those 29s, Mika 29.78, and Brady in third, 30.39.
Off we go for heat 7 of 10. Now 50 metres freestyle. We've now seen 329s have been thrown down, and this is when things start to get interesting here. We've got a couple of athletes here probably looking to break that 30 point as well. That's a big achievement, as it's looking like the yellow cap is taking us through from BHA as well as MSC in lane 8. Another red cap. We come to the finish, and it's a 29.74 for Emily McMillian in lane 3. And second place goes to Peyton Wiley. Third, Yolanda Wu. So move now to heat 8.
Long start before a sprint. Beginning of our circle-seated heats, heat 8. Kira Jeffs in lane 4, superstar across the last 5 days. Look at the kick on her. She's in the lead at the moment, not far behind Jamie DiBozzati, the swimmer from Nunawading, and Mary Steele trying to stick with those two as they come down under the flags. It will be Kira She hits the wall, 27.5. That is fast moving. 28.29 for Jamie, and Mary will go 28.93. So 3 girls now under that 29-second mark.
The beginning of our Heat 9, and we've just seen some really fantastic swims there from our first seeded heat. So the girls have seen the screen. They know what they need to do in this first 50. It's even, but we do have lane 9 off to a terrific start, as well as the centre of our pool. As we watch, it's going to be lane 5 just sneaking ahead as we enter the flags. It's going to come down to the touch again, and it's a 28.00 for Joanne Liu, followed in by Asia Fong Sutton and Zara Jeffrey in third, 28.29. So some fantastic swims there as we lead into our final seeded heat here.
Definitely going to take a fast performance to make this final. 5 girls in that last heat going under the 29-second mark. As our final heat hits the water now, fastest qualifier Octavia Marnie with a ripping entry time here, 26.42. She's the girl to beat. Up and stroking really well though there. Zara Olawani in lane 5. The Nunawading swimmer looking really good this morning. Octavia's going to be doing a lot of work to try and chase her down in the last 10 metres. I don't think she's quite going to be able to get there. Zara Gamboa from Propulsion on this side as well, doing well. And Zara Olawani, 27.63. Octavia, 28.29. And Zara Gamboa, 28.67 are your top 3 from Heat 10.
Heat 1 of 7 now for our 13s men's 50 freestyles. We've got 4 athletes in this heat. And it's even, but we're seeing lane 4 and 5 begin to storm ahead here of our 3 and 6 swimmers. The red cap proving to be what's going faster, but it's coming down to the touch. It's a 29.50 for Ayan Giussini and Dylan Kelly as well, under that 30-point mark with a 29.77.
Heat 2, and there were some quick reactions off the blocks here as the boys get underway. Looking good was lane 6, Cooper Beckman. But we're just seeing now the swimmer in lane 4, Benjamin King, creeping through the field, keeping that head really still, only having a few breaths throughout this 50-metre freestyle. He'll touch in first, 28.69. Cooper Beckman second, 28.86. And Oscar Tan will take third, 28.95.
Heat 3 of 7 now. A couple names that we've seen throughout the program. Leon Vidal, Xavier Eagle, obviously with big Uncle Michael Klim watching over. But it's our lane 9 that's going to be leading us into the flags, as well as lane 8 challenging from Wodonga. It's going to be Alexander Graham, who is the same name as an Australian Dolphin, Alexander Graham from Victoria. And he's following in that same path with a victory in this 50 freestyle.
Heat 4 up and racing. Lane 0, Campbell Mills. He got a great start there. We know he's got a quick reaction off the blocks. It looks like our outside lanes, Benjamin Van Dyke over in lane 9 doing really well early on here too. As we see Marcus Hunt-Smith trying to mow them down as we come under the flags. Who'll get their hand on the wall first? It will be Ben Van Dyke in lane 9. 28.67. Campbell will take second, 28.68. So only 1/100th between those two boys. And Marcus Hunt-Smith in third, 28.81.
So Liam Paulson going from 800 to 50-metre freestyle now, as well as a couple of other names that we've seen. Soshi Kurakawa, our visitor from Japan, and Lawrence Lim as well, another visitor. But leading us through the middle, Julian Birch of MSC. Not too far behind, though, is lane 1. It's going to come into our finish, and it's a 26.28 from lane 4, followed by a 27.05 from visitor Lawrence Lim. Third place going to Jordan Silva of Nuttawading. So the pace is now beginning to increase as we enter into our seeded heats, our second seeded heat here, heat 6 of 7.
Heat 6 up and racing. Leo Nolan got off to a great start, but here comes Jake Riches in lane 4. Picking up the pace on that rotation. His stroke rate looks a little bit quicker than the rest of the boys in the field, and that's going to help him out a lot in this 50 freestyle. He looks narrowly in front of the swimmer in lane 5, Alfie Conterno. And it will be Jake Riches, 26.15. So he'll be looking to break that 26 barrier later tonight. Alfie in second, 26.49. And Leo Nolan, 26.98.
So our swimmer in lane 4 here, the only entered time under 26. Let's see what he goes here from Emmanuel Iziasmika. And he's off to a phenomenal start here. He's got a lope in his stroke as he's travelling forward, entering under that string, but not too far behind is Mark Tom as well out of lane 3. And lane 9 as well ahead of the lanes next to him. It's a 25.66, so a 0.3 drop for our fastest seed. He's going to be hard to catch, 27.17 for Mark Tom and Harry McCraw as well, who's had a great meet in third place there. We'll move now to our 15s female 100 freestyles.
Continuing on with some sprint freestyle, we move now to the girls 15 years 100 metre freestyle. 8 heats in this event. Really nice underwater there by lane 4, Emmy McCrowan. Chose to stay under a little bit longer than the rest of the girls, but at the moment it's a straight line across the pool. Anyone's game for this first heat.
Come into the first and only turn now, and it's actually going to be Annabelle Zhao. She's built that last 5 metres in to get herself in a great position. It's 31.37, followed by Tia Williams in a 32.04 because it's so close. There's only 5 people in this heat and everyone's neck and neck, so it's going to be lane 2 leading the charge now, but we're seeing that Ivanhoe cap as well as Usher Chalmers. We know that people with the last name Chalmers know how to finish strong as she comes into that finish. And it is going to be her living up to that last name, 105.75 for lane 5. Lane 2, 106.28, and Emmy McCrowan from Ivanhoe, 106.4. So 106.45 is the standard as we lead into Heat 2.
Few different looking dives as we get underway from Heat 2. Some of the girls opting to leap up a little bit higher, others explosive, heading straight down into that pool. James, what would you be looking for at the start of a 100 metre freestyle?
You want to be, well, off the blocks, you want to be diving forward. You want all your momentum off that blocks to travel forward. We don't want that to go up. As humans, we're designed to jump up high. So we play sports like footy and basketball where we're told jump high, but we've got to utilise that wedge and the ledge of the block to propel ourselves forward. So it's just about conquering that fear and getting our body to change to be able to dive forward so that our momentum as we enter streamline into that underwater is as fast as possible as propulsion versus Surrey Park now as we enter that closing 5 metres. It's stroke for stroke. It's going to be who gets their hand on first. It is Melbourne Propulsion by 0.01. Sienna Scadello, fantastic swim. Marcus Blake over there, really happy his athletes gotten their hand on the wall first by only 0.01, and that's why it's so important. You've got to swim that extra metre through that wall. Break the touchpad as we start for Heat 3. Quick reaction time off the blocks for Heat 3 of 8. In lane 3, Olivia Flight off to a terrific start there off the blocks. Definitely diving forward into that underwater as we cross the 35 metre line now.
This race just looks amazing. All the girls so even at this point in time. It will be Salia White in lane 4 who turns in first, gets her feet onto the wall in a 30.65. Olivia Flight still there, second place at the moment, 30.79. And third all the way over in lane 1, Ruby Paulette. She's turned in a 30.98, so all the girls going out just under that 31 mark.
As we enter this closing 15 metres, the field has begun to spread out ever so slightly. As we come into the flags, it's MLC in the lead at the moment. It's going to come to the touch. It's a 104.06 for Josephine Parcel, followed by lane 1's Ruby Paulette. And lane 3 with that quick reaction times helped them to get into third place. Olivia Flight, 104.74. We move now to Heat 4. Fly into our Heat 4 of 8, 100 freestyles, 15 females. Rose Vaughan.
Our outside lanes with the best of the starts there. Lane 8, Claire Matheson. We've heard her name a few times this morning. Millie Van Diemen over in 1. They were super strong off the blocks and their underwaters.
A visitor as well in there, Grace Morton. We hit the turn and we've got one person under that 30 point now. Claire Matheson, she's had a terrific day so far and she's led off this heat really well. She's propelled herself to that body's length ahead. She's powering forward. Really great catch and kick behind it to help her get there. Let's see how we go with the closing 15 metres. It's going to be close though.
Here come those middle lanes now. Emily Tulloch surging through the field. She's moved herself into second position here. Claire Matheson looks like she's going to hang on though. It's a great time. 102.23 for Claire Matheson. Emily Tulloch 103.06, and Rose Vaughan will take third in this fourth heat, 103.86.
So 2.5 second PB for our winner. She's happy. Now to our seeded heats. Breaking out into our Heat 5 of 8. And this is where we're going to start to see those times drop. Familiar names on the board, as well as a visitor, Tessa Harvey in lane 8. Off to a great start. We don't have a lane 7 in this heat as well, which means more opportunity for everyone here as we enter the flags.
Yeah, so on the turn, Molly Detbarn gets her feet around first, 30.03. Very close though for second and third. 03, 05 and 06, Molly, Francis and Millie. And fourth at the moment, 08 as well, so super, super close first 50. But as we come down with 15 metres left to swim, Francis Boardville in lane 4, taken off in this second lap.
Yeah, Alexandakis gave his swimmer a wave and she's finished here. 104.44 for our first place second, Molly Detbarn third. Our lane 0 outside smoke, Yuxi Liu, 103.5. So we're seeing some really great swims. A lot of PBs on the board, particularly 101.88. So a big drop from 103 down to that 101. Heat 6.
Heat 6 in the water now. Keep an eye on lane 4, Sophia Boland. She was your winner of the 400 freestyle and the 200 metre freestyle. She does train more for these 50s and 100s, so it'll be interesting to see what she can do here this morning.
We've steamrolled our way into a terrific first 35 and soon to be terrific first 50 as we come now to that first turn, and it's going to be lane 4 and 3 equal, and that was the difference there, was the turn speed. Lane 3 managed to get their feet over a lot quicker. So 28.69, our first 28 splits of this 100. But it's looking like that red cap is now starting to push through of Eve Anderson. But we're going to have a great race for this top 2 position and top 3 now as lane 1's Allegra Gattino begins to surge through. But we do have that YPW cap in lane 5, Sarah Cartel, a nice finish. It's a 59.17 followed by 59.76 in second and third. A 1 minute point 95 there. So 2 swimmers under that 60 point mark. They'll be looking to go maybe under that 59 tonight.
Definitely in these next 2 heats, we'll see a few more of those athletes breaking that 100 mark, a few more 59s, possibly some 58s onto the board here.
Great start across the field. Really nice dive there by Tess Flanagan, as well as our centre of the park, Alicia Clark, as she leads us through. Jessica Whiting, as well as Annabelle Jorgensen. We come into this turn, we know how important it is. It's Alicia Clark, 29.09, followed by Annabelle Jorgensen and Jessica Whiting in the middle.
I talk a lot about Alicia Clark's freestyle. It's one of my favourite technical freestyles we see at these championships. I really like how long she keeps her stroke, just surging forward. Don't discount Annabelle Jorgensen. She's a brilliant 200 metre butterfly, so she's going to be really strong as we come down to close in this 100. but it will be Clarkey. Nice glide onto the wall, looking very relaxed here this morning. 59.27. Annabelle in second, 100.98, and Jessica Whiting 101.40 to take third.
Move to our 8th and final heat. Few people not behind the blocks. Eight of 8 heats here for our 15s, 100-metre freestyle. It's a great start. Lane 7, MLC. Terrific underwater into that breakout. We're really even across this field, though, as we pass into that 35-metre mark. And this is where the build needs to start into that second 25.
Yeah, we'll definitely be expecting to see Sophie Jacka put together a strong second 50. She enjoys those longer races. We know that she's pretty good at... She tends to even split almost these sprint events. But it will be Judy Hussein Aman who turns in first, 29.58. Not far behind her, the visitor in lane 4, Clara Carocci.
As we move now to this final 15, DVE, MLC, Nuttawading, MSC, all in the mix for a place. We have had some pullouts, so there is opportunity as always on day 5. And it's minute .76 for Clara Carocci, followed by Sophie Jacka and Rihanna Chen, 101.32 for her, and Judy Hussein Haman. Great start there from MLC, 101.50. So we move now to 8 heats of the boys. Heat 1 of 8 now, and it's a flying start there from William Skinner, Ethan Chen. William Crow not too far behind as well. As we hit the turn, it's 28.56, 28.78, and 29.48 for William Crow. The two boys have extended themselves in 3 and 4 into this heat. But making that comeback is the Skeb swimmer, William Crow.
Yeah, really good race here from William Skinner, the St. Michael's boy, and Ethan Chen from Cheltenham. As they come into the wall, it looks like Ethan's just going to pull himself in front of the other two boys here onto touch, 59.98. So that's a nice little number to look up and see at the end of your race, that breaking of the 1 minute barrier.
Fantastic swims to start us off with onto Heat 2 now. All right, we're into Heat 2 now. It's fantastic starts there from our outside lanes at the bottom there in 7 and 8. Jude De Silva Smith, we've seen that name already today, and Thomas Costello. As we come to the wall, we're going to see who's touching first. It comes down to that turn, and it's still Jude De Silva Smith. He's got those feet over rapidly. Same with Alfie Graves from Nuttawading. His Nuttawading teammate, Harry Luo. So bragging rights on the line for 4 and 5. Got our outside top lane, Harry Sampson as well. He's set himself up nicely on that turn. As we enter with 15 to go, it's Nuttawading now storming ahead for 1 and 2, challenged by Warrnambool. It's going to come down to this touch here. So bragging rights go to Alfie Graves at training, followed by Harry Luo and Jude De Silva Smith, our leader at 50 metres, all under that 60-point landmark. Fantastic swims from those boys. Big PBs there.
Heat 3 underway here. Look at the kick on these boys. It is absolutely motoring in this 100 metres freestyle. Out quick was Lucas Chan. He was in last night as a bit of the official photographer for Nunawading, having a nice rest, so we expect to see him swim quickly today. Also off to a good start in lane 7, Remy Bloom, the swimmer from Surrey Park Swimming Club. He'll be first to get his feet on the wall, 27.23, followed around by Bolan Chen in lane 6. So a lot of action from 5, 6 and 7 early on in this race.
We move through now and we have a leader by just half a body's length, but chasing him down is Bolan Chen. Rocking a straight arm freestyle, but Surrey Park is holding that finish. Remy Bloom, head down in the flags. He's just taken one breath in there, so I don't think his coach will be too happy with that one, but 57.7, he'll be happy with that time, as well as 58.5 for Bolan Chen, and third is Benjamin Needon. So a lot more under that minute mark. Move to Heat 4.
Those finishes in this 100 freestyle, so important. Just kind of taking me back to a pretty well-renowned finish where James Magnuson breathed under the flags and lost out in the last 5 metres of the 100 freestyle to take second place behind the American swimmer. I think it was Nathan Adrian. He kept his head down, so we know how important it is to finish off this 100 freestyle, keep that head still and in alignment.
Also got to remember, swim that extra metre through the wall. Magnuson famously dropped his legs as well as that breath, decided to stop kicking. So it's those training habits that get you across the line in this race. And it's looking like Warrigal in the centre of the park here. 57.17 for Aidan Pendlebury, followed by second place Alec O'Brien, 58.49. And close third is our top lane in lane 0, Edward O'Connor, 58.69.
Aidan looking pretty happy with that. He's claimed the victory. He gave his coach Paul on the other side of the pool a nice little nod at the end of that one. Pretty pleased with the 57.1.
Off to a fantastic start. Our top lane, Max McKenzie. Boys in the centre of park, going to look to not let him get away with that one, as we see lane 4 surge through a really high rate, but he's still holding heaps of water there. Maximilian Koa, Jonathan Leong as well. It hits the turn and it's a 26.59 for Max McKenzie. He's out so strong there. We've got 2 no-shows in 8 and 9, so opportunities are presenting themselves, and that is what our swimmer Max McKenzie is doing, as well as our Geelong swimmer in the middle. Starting to see that green cap too of lane 1.
Absolutely. On this side of the pool as well, Oliver Kingston might have just shifted himself into second place as Max McKenzie takes out that heat. 56.5. Ollie will grab second, 57.1. Blake Hughes has nabbed third, 57.76.
So that is a 2.5 second drop for Max McKenzie, our winner, as we move to our seeded heats.
Heat 6 and up and racing fast. Lane 5, Adonis Giotopoulos. He got off pretty quick, 0.5 reaction.
Yeah, Adonis training with the open squad at Caulfield Grammar under Kendrick Monk. So we know that his freestyle is going to be phenomenal, as we've seen in this first split, 26.35. Second place in behind by half a second, Enrico Villegas. Third place, Max Hussey. We've seen that name heaps as well. The MSC boy, he is charging, breathing twos, galloping towards Adonis Giotopoulos. As we enter the flags now for this finish, it's still Adonis coming through with a strong finish. Little shorten up, but 54.56 is exactly the time that he needed to put himself in that first place leading into these other two seeded heats. Close behind Max Hussey with that phenomenal second 50, and Propulsion's Enrico Villegas, 55.76.
Yeah, these boys in the up-and-coming heats will have seen that 54-second mark. There's a little bit of ego that goes on in this 100 freestyle. Everyone wants to claim it. Particularly these boys, they want lane 4 for tonight.
Definitely in the freestyle events, it's so important for that middle lane, especially if you end up a little behind at the beginning. You've got to get over the top of that powerful freestyle kick of the people around you, that wake, and that is exactly what we've seen here. Xavier Aguirre and Logan Riek have gotten themselves to nice starts, but it's the centre of the field now, turning in a 26.04. That is a statement first 50, a clear second ahead of second place Alexander Hay, and he is steamrolling forward, our visitor from Norwood, and he's looking phenomenal here as we come to the final 15 metres.
Yeah, he's just growing this lead as he comes down under the flags. Now the race for second is very close, but it will be Logan, 54.2. So he's seen the 54 from the heat before and he's gone, no thank you, I'll take that one back.
Good to steal those positions in these heats as we move to our final one. They've seen the 54s, 5s and 6s. This is where we may see a 53 or faster from Sam Welsh. He's taken the 50 and the 200.
Yeah, so Sam Welsh swimming out of Gen Aquatic under head coach Matt Welsh, very famous Olympic athlete for Australia.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have given him plenty of advice in this 100 metres. Take it out strong, and that's exactly what he's done here. He's leading the charge past 35 metres, a good half a body's length ahead of Harry Heath, who we've seen time and time again perform this meet. We turn here our first 25.9 split ahead of 26.9, so a second ahead of Harry Heath. Third, 27.0, Leopold Fonял's our visitor.
But here goes Sam Welsh. He's looking great down the second 50. That kick motoring him along. It almost looks easy for him, that stroke at the front. He just puts his head down into the wall. And there we go. About a second ahead of the field almost coming into this final tonight. 53.49.
Yeah, some fantastic swims there.
That's a nice time for Sammy.
Riley Lowe, 56.1, getting that touch by 0.01 ahead of Westbourne swimmer. Jacob Sales, the coach, going to probably put that as something to fix up for tonight. If he's in, it's going to be really close. We test start as we head to those female 14s, 50 freestyles.
So we're going to keep the adrenaline pumping here. Event 169. We move along. It's the girls' 14-year-olds 50-meter freestyle. Heat 1 underway. We have 9 heats in this event. Looking good at the moment. Lane 6, Ivanhoe swim, Emerson Hogan got about almost a whole body length and a 50 on the rest of the girls here. 29.75 on the touch there. Georgia Sack-Prosuth in second, 30.87, and Bridget Sherry in third. Alessia Bambino in lane 4, opting for that longer underwater there. Really great skills to have for these 14-year-old girls. Isabel Daly, though, in lane 1. Yarra Plenty Waves looking super strong in the second 25 here. She's taken over that lead and she's not letting it go. Down to touch 29.49, so another big drop in time for Izzy. Great to see her racing so fast at these championships. Alessia will take second, equal with Holly Pritchard of Traralgon. A long hold on that start, causing a few of the girls to just hesitate a little bit and some slower reactions, which might cost them in a race like a 50 freestyle. It is all the action from this side of the pool. Lane 7, Scarlett Jones. Lane 8, Ariana Buter. Those girls look like they're in first and second. There is a close race for third. Scarlett will grab number 1 place, 30.4. Across the other side of the pool, Mia Roberts in second, 30.42, and Ariana in third, 30.56. And it's a good race in the middle of the pool here at the moment. Memphis Johnson from Geelong looking really strong. Geelong having a great meet. Also doing well is Zeta Allen Ashton in lane 6. It'll be close onto the touch here. Memph will grab that one, 29.44. Zeta Allen in second, 29.61. And third on the other side in lane 2, Sienna Santalin. Heat 5 off and racing. Lane 6, Olivia Toe. Looking really good early on here. Getting challenged by this swimmer from Tiger Sharks next to her, Lucinda Vale. And a crossover in lane 1, Heidi Chua. MLC. Just mistimed that finish a little bit, but she will still hang on to first, 29.96. So good to see one of the girls hitting under that 30 mark. Angelina Nguyen, 30.13 will take second, and Olivia Toe will hang on to third, 30.17. Heat 6, and off to a great start in the middle, lane 5, Eloise Ravensdale. Also off to a pretty good start. Madison Sanchez out in lane 8. We watch and see those other swimmers coming through here. As always, these 50s so close. That touch on the wall so important. Madison Sanchez, 29.45. Olivia Hodges will grab second, 29.63. And Lara Landels from Traralgon, 29.68 to steal third. We hit now our seeded heats in the 14 years, 50 metres freestyle. Heaps of names that we've had across the last 4 days of championship racing. Annie Steele in lane 4. She got the best of the starts there. Came off that underwater, absolutely charging in this 53. Caitlin Ord trying to go with her, not far behind Isabella Barber. Those girls look like they've got second and third. They do. Annie Steele 27.54, Caitlin 28.34, and Isabella 28.64.
Really small PB there for our winner, 0.03. We move to heat 8. Underway now, heat 8, and we've just seen really quick reaction time from Mia Bates. Let's see if she holds on, but it is going to be our lane 4, Liliana Jones, Zara Reynolds not far behind, as well as Celeste Cheng as we hit the 35 metre mark, and our middle lanes are surging forward. St Leonard's, Nunawading looking to get their spots in the finals. If it comes to the finish, it's a 27.55 as well as a 27.70 for Celeste Cheng. Zara Reynolds takes the third in 27.95 ahead of SGB Olivia Holmes. So we transition to heat 9.
Girls out quickly. Arabella Tomlinson in lane 3. Great underwater from her. Alana McDuff in 5. Choosing to stay underwater a little bit longer than the other girls. Those middle 3 lanes, I should say, leading us onto the wall as the girls come under the flags. 5 metres to go.
Arabella Tomlinson gets that touch, 27.87, followed by Elizabeth Mack, our top seed, 27.96, and Alana McDuff from Cheltenham, 28.42. We go now to our 100-metre butterfly swim-off. It's Melbourne versus Bayside, Clara Seidel versus Mia Hayden. This one is going to be very exciting. Who doesn't love a swim-off? We've still got a big crowd here this morning, so let's see them get around this one.
Yeah, super keen for this swim off. It will be occurring after event 170, I've been told. So we will still have our boys 14-year-old 50 freestyle, and the girls in that swim off will be back just after this event.
Off we go for heat 1 of 9. It's a great start there. Nunawading. As we now transition through to that 35. The Vic Centre Cap still ahead. Lex and Adrian watching on very steadily. As he enters the flags now, Tyler Miet, we've seen his sister as well, 26.74. So well ahead of the curb. Just gone 2-second PB to assert himself in that first heat. We move to heat 2 of 9, about 50 frees.
Heat 2 underway now. Quick reaction from Zach McKenzie and a really good underwater from him, as well as swimming fast. Up and racing quickly was Terrence Tang in lane 4 from Doncaster Templestowe. And it looks like Terrence has got a pretty commanding lead in this field at the moment. Luca Henderson doing everything he can to come back in the last 5. He'll be out-touched though, 26.91. Terrence will take first. Luca in second, 27.34. Zach McKenzie, propulsion third, 28.00.
Off we go now, heat 3 of 9. It's an even playing field to start us off, but it's looking like lane 6 has just got the edge. Maximilian Brocklesby, SGB boy, his coach, is a record holder in another age group for this race. As we hit the touch, it's going to be Surrey Park getting his hand on the wall. William Thraves, 27.41, not too far behind Maximilian Brocklesby and Hamish Knight. We've got 5 boys under that 28 mark there as we move to heat 4.
Heat 4 underway now. William Cheer in lane 4, fastest entry time coming into this race. But watch out for Ash Lansbury in lane 5. He'll be trying to maintain that momentum he set last night, taking out the gold in the 100-metre breaststroke for these boys. It is close in the middle though. Also Oscar Dingwall having a nice swim from lane 7. Looks like Matthew Moran might have just edged out the competition. It will be lane 0 though. Joseph Mazur, who gets his hand on the wall first, 27.1, just ahead of Matthew, 27.38. Oscar Dingwall, 27.53.
Here we go for heat 5 of 9 in our 50 freestyle men's 14s. We've got a couple of 27 PBs in here, so they'll be looking to drop to that 27 low, maybe 26, and we're on track here as we hit 15 to go now, and it's even across the field for everyone. Everyone's got a chance as we enter into the flags now. Who's done enough? It's Billy Fisher, 27.23, so a nice PB there. Caden Kwai, as well as getting the touch, Lucas Senyard in second. Just seen a DQ pop up on the screen now. So maybe some movement on the blocks. We'll have to wait for when that's announced. Heat 6 underway.
All right, and away they go for heat 6. Lane 2 got off to a fast start. Will Luo, as well as Sydney Johns in lane 5, trained by Coach Julianne out of the Fitzroy program for Melbourne Swimming Club. But it does look like it's that far side of the pool. Will Luo having a strong lap here. He'll come under the flags in first. I reckon he'll get his hand on 26.88. Valen Gray in second, 27.32. And William Bryan grabs third there, 27.48.
Off we go now for our first of 3 seeded heats, as we see Harrison Main off to a great start, as well as Cade Cannon in lane 8. But it's looking like the centre of the field from Wodonga is taking storm here. He's going to finish that touch 25.57, so a 0.4 drop for Harrison Main from Wodonga City, followed by Matthew Mason, our visitor, Mitchell Ellis. But the standard has now picked up. We've seen 125. We're going to have to see what this next heat does here.
All right, in heat 8, it looks like a bit of a battle of the training partners here. 3 boys representing Melbourne Swimming Club in 4, 5 and 6. It will be lane 4, Bart Aporowicz, who's absolutely smashing out this first 25 metres. He's already got almost a body length on the rest of the field here. It's going to be a great time for him. 25.22. Second will be Steve Hansen, 26.04. And Luca Brown grab third, 26.35.
William Tan from St. Leonard's is the one to catch here. He's off to a great start, but so is Eli Billman. That is a phenomenal start. He is rating really highly here. One straight arm, one bent arm, but it's St. Leonard's pushing through as we hit that 15 metres. Nice loping stroke now, and MSC's pushing through as well as our visitor, Keanu Ding. And we get that touch. It's William Tan. There's a DQ in lane 5 for MSC. Eli Billman, 26.19 to take that second spot. Keanu Dingle, third. And now we're on to our mentioned before swim off in this 100 butterfly, 17s, 18s. So just the two swimmers, Clara Seidel, Mia Hayden. So take your picks. It's Melbourne Bayside.
Yeah, so these girls now competing for a spot in the finals tonight. One will make it in, one will miss out. In their event earlier today, they've touched in the exact same time. So in the swimming world, this is how we separate them. This is how we work out who's going to be going into that final.
Here we go. It's a terrific start from both athletes. They're always super close. We've seen that in these heats, and off to a flying start is our Bayside athlete, Mia Hayden.
Yeah, Clara more of a longer distance freestyle swimmer usually, so we see her do really well in the 200 and the 400 free. She has a little bit of an interrupted preparation into this comp, focusing more on her schooling in the last couple of months.
Infraction report, event 170, heat 5, lane 2. Initiated a start before the signal. That's event 170, heat 5, lane 2. And event 170, heat 9, lane 5. Initiated a start before the signal. That's event 170, heat 9, lane 5.
We're back now for this finish, and MSC has taken over after that first 50. Coming in for that finish, it's going to be a fantastic time. 105.76 and a 108.63 for Mia Hayden. Both girls done so well there.
Yeah, some awesome efforts. It's always a bit of a challenge to come back, particularly in an event like 100 fly. You've utilised a lot of that speed in the initial swim this morning. Backing it up again and repeating that race, it's never easy. So well done to the girls there in that swim off.
Well from that swim off, the composure to be behind and then to come back is really great to see. It takes a lot of maturity in that racing as we start our 200 freestyles for females 16 years. We've got 5 heats, a few names that we recognise, a couple of no swims as well. But it is a charging start here from lane 3. Wallaho. So our Ballarat Gold swimmer here in lane 3 has set themselves up nicely in that first 50 with the easy speed, but Bayside's Charlotte Mead is also in the mix, as well as our Furbank Aquastar swimmer Abigail Bracken. So we come to the flags now. This is where we want to see that nice build here into that turn. is still Idaho, 105.95, followed by Charlotte Mead and Abigail Bracken. Bridie Walsh now from Surrey Park making her move through the centre, as well as lane 7 from Starplex, our visitor, Jasmine Carroll. So look to see the middle of our field press through. We're seeing some waves now from our Ballarat Gold coaching team, telling her go, 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 as well as Cheltenham. So we hit the turn here. It's a 144.39 in the centre now, so we have a new leader as well as Isla Ho still in the mix. But she has timed her final 50 perfectly here, Bridie Walsh, as she's pushed herself ahead of the pack, but she can't count out our Starplex visitor, Jasmine Carroll, also pushing through, and Warrnambool's Jade King. She's made her play now into second from fourth on that turn. Now come into our touch. It's a 2:19.92. So a massive PB there from Bridie, as well as Jade King with a fantastic finish there. Third place, Jasmine Carroll. Fourth, Alyssa. To cap off our first heat of 5. Fantastic start there from Terrelgan, as well as MSAC and Vic Centre swimmer Amelia Kennedy, our lane 4 for this race. All swimmers making a start except for lane 8. A nice start as well from the swimmers in our field in lane 4, lane 6, lane 7, lane 9 as well, leading us through into the first turn. And it's that turn speed of Harriet Meakin, Emily Oteri and Amelia Kennedy, our first 3 to lead us away here, and they've escaped the rest of the field as we head towards 75 metres. This is where we like to see those legs build through. So we now pass into 85 metres. We're seeing some waves already from our Terrelgan coach. Some goes as well from our Vic Centre staff team, and 104.61 for Harriet Meakin, followed by Amelia Kennedy, who's moved into second. Third, Emily Oteri holding her third position, but can't count out Kayla Sortner, lane 9, Nuttawading. As well as Geelong, Sarah Steinman, we've seen that name so many times. We know that she's going to have those gears in the second 100. Move now into the flags here. It is still Harriet Meakin, 140.93, followed by Emily Oteri, who's back in second, and Amelia Kennedy and Sarah Steinman not too far behind with 142s to share. As we head now, we see that Geelong cap surging through this final 25 metres, as well as Terrelgan. The coaches are waving her on. We need that top 3 placing in this race before these seeded heats, and it's a close race now for our athletes who come into this finish. And it's Sarah Steinman who's timed it perfectly, 2:16.99. Second place, Harriet Meakin. Third, Emily Oteri. And fourth, Amelia Kennedy. So a few girls under that 2:20 mark we saw in that previous heat, and now we move to our first of 3 seeded heats. Terrific start. MLC Isabella Osborne, another name we've seen regularly throughout this meet. 0.5 reaction time, but a little behind Stella Salamone on that reaction time, 0.46. We progress through this first 50 metres. We have that pack in the middle leading us out, as well as lane 8, no swim in lane 7. First to touch, 29.56, Kiara Mooney. Cheltenham Swimming Club member. Club doing phenomenal as well on the point score. So many great swimmers as well, from Vic Centre, Liza Houghton, Surrey Park, Farida Taha, Stella Salamone, as well as MLC, Isabella Osborne keeping herself in this race. Progressing through nicely, Alana Cummings, as we hit 101.99 for Kiara Mooney. So we've got 4 people leading us out here. 3 in the middle, 1 just on the outside. Mia Horskins as well, lane 0, doing a phenomenal job. We've seen her earlier in the program. Is going to be Kiara Mooney still. She turns 150 at 135.72, followed by 137.7 on 39.4 for Isabella Osborne. She's made her move to 3rd. Coach Kelly giving a wave and a yell. Vic Centre not too far behind. This is a great back end as well from Liza Houghton. Lana Cummings coming through nicely as well. MLC still in that 3rd position. We hit the wall, 208.41. A fantastic last 50. Liza Houghton, followed by Isabella Osborne, as well as Alana Cummings and Stella Salamone. So there's the standard set for our next 2 heats. So we've got 3 pullouts from this race. Gemma Hull, Sion E. Kinzet and Ellie Watson. Which means that the next heat after and the other girls that have raced this heat, there's opportunity, especially because there's a couple just middle lanes there that haven't swum this event, and comes to the
Swimmers
turn.
and coaches, please be aware that event 175 is straight final. If you're in event 176, it will run straight after event 174. Thank you.
So another straight final announced over the microphone. Visitors coach telling you extend the lead here as we come to 100 metres. Alinta Dingwall's going to turn 102.57, 103.68 for Jessica Wilson, and Brooke Briscoe 104.14. So our 3 leading out the pack just ahead of Western Melbourne Propulsion's Charlotte Ristig and Juliet Mazur, our visitor, as well as our other visitor in behind, Natalie Beach and Kate Morrison from Furbank. Where we're now starting to see our visitor, Linda Dingwall, turn on the jets. She hits 135.37. Really not 32, sorry. Really nice split. 138.68, 139.12 from Briscoe. Charlotte Risting still in 4th. 5th, Kate Morrison now. And really nice gallop and kick behind those strokes here as Dingwall has 15 metres to go. We hit that touch, 208.45 for our first place, and it comes to the touch, 0.08 to separate them. It's a fight for 4th. It's going to be won by Kate Morrison. Left her surge late and it's paid off. Just ahead of Charlotte Ristig, but there's our top 3. Jessica Wilson 2nd, Brooke Briscoe 3rd, Kate Morrison 4th, Charlotte Ristig 5th. Let's move to our 5th and final heat. longer hold now into our 200 metres freestyle heat 5 of 5 for our 16s girls. So only the one no start up in lane 0, which means yet again more opportunity here on day 5. Even across the playing field as we hit that turn. 30.11 for Catherine Boyle, who we've seen time and time again. But not much to separate them. Jennifer Lane as well from Cheltenham, younger sister of Tommy Lane, who we know is a phenomenal freestyler. So the Lane family looking to keep that trend going as we have 2 leaders now, Surrey Park and MSC in the centre of our field, as well as Nunawading's Tani Cronin. We hit that touch. Still Catherine Boyle in the lead, only ever so slightly by 0.04 in that turn from Surrey Park. That's why these skills are so important, particularly in this race. You've got to be quick on the feet over on that turn and then propel yourself in that underwater to break out. Nice smooth stroke and smooth transition. It's still our 2 girls up top, but Tani Cronin making her move. We've seen those legs been brought in, and Jennifer Lane's going to go with her as we hit that turn. Still Catherine Boyle just ahead. That touchpad just didn't go off, but it was dead even on that turn. We see older brother Tommy Lane giving Jennifer a wave on here to get ahead into that 3rd place. We want that top 3 finish in those seeded heats to cement ourselves in. It's a battle for first though. Surrey Park versus MSC. They're going to push each other into this finish with 5 to go. It's touching. Natasha Coleman's done enough. Just 209.69, 209.78. 3rd place Jennifer Lane. Those waves from older brother Tommy have worked to get her into that position with 213.15, 214.70 for Tani Cronin. Angel Bizzardo as well in 5th. So great start. Lane 4, our visitor Sam Mulford, Matthew Golding, Ivanhoe Grammar swim, Ashley Waddle and Matthew Brophy. So even in this first 50, our 2 centre boys just leading us into this turn here. 29.34, 29.66 for our centre. 0.01 separating Ashley Waddle and Matthew Golding. That's why these skills are so important. Starting to see Matty make his push now. Keep up with Sam Mulford, our visitor. Come into this turn now. It's 1-2 in the middle. Fantastic turn, though, from Sam Mulford. He's extended himself nicely over DVE's Matthew Brophy. Matthew Golding in behind as well, 103.03. So he's got that half a second now over Ashley Waddle, but expect to see a push in this 3rd 50, which could change our position here. Hit the flags. Great 3rd 50. He's extended his lead, 134.68 for Sam Mulford. Brophy still in 2nd, Waddle 3rd. So he's clawed back, and Matthew Golding in 4th, but he's got the look over at the other boys. Sam Mulford having a great swim here. Keeping his lead, really nice relaxed stroke, but those legs powering him through. Come into these flags. 207.99, 209.7 and 8 for our 5 and 6 swimmers, and 212.59 for Matty Golding. Heat 2 of 5 here. Centre of the park. Looking nice. Seen just our visitors get off to a nice start. Pirate swimmer, Baker Cepho, lane 5, rocking a straight arm technique, but it is going to be William Watkins who gets that quicker turnover, 28.57.1 ahead of Zach Alexander. That's why those turns are so important. Lane 5 was leading into that wall, but it's just that turnover on the legs that you have to be so careful of. You've got to make sure you're hitting that wall with as much force as possible. That comes not just from the turn itself, but from the speed that you carry through the flags into the wall. Toby Sutton, another visitor who we've seen today. We know he's going to have that back end with a terrific swim this morning to get himself onto that podium. As well, Archer Lark up in lane 0, younger brother of Harvey Lark, who's a 200-metre specialist himself. So Big Bro's giving him some advice. He's back for vengeance. He got, unfortunately, DQ'd today in his 1500. As we lead here, it's William Watkins, as well as Baker Cepho, who's pushed that pace in that third 50. He relaxed in that second 50, kept loose, and now he's gone. Sorry, that was a mistake. His touchpad didn't go off down the other end, I think. Oh, it's not. Just a different cap. So used to that white cap. But we're off here. Samuel Churchwood as well, making his push, but it's looking like it's going to be Toby Sutton. We talked about that back end at the beginning of the race, and he's come through 2:04.75, 31.6 split. Fastest split of that final 50 that we've seen. So phenomenal job there. IMSC swimmer Toby Sutton, phenomenal day he has had. So we move to our seeded heats. Terrific start there. Lane 7, Sean Hanlon. As well as Ethan Ravensdale. We've seen his name pop up in these freestyle events. We know he's going to have that front end speed. Really great 50 metres, second place last night. We know Campbell Wilson Moran's going to have that back end, 400 metre swimmer, as well as the 200 freestyle, 200 backstroke. Takes a lot of gears as well. Nice breakout from him. As well as Jake Ridley. Jake and Campbell, former training partners. Hamish Robson as well. We've seen that name today. Only the one no swim in this heat so far. It's Nunawading taking us out here in this first 100 metres. 58s for the 2. Followed by Jake Ridley, 59.25. In behind that, we have Sean Hanlon, who got off to that really nice first 15. As well as Cooper Rushmeyer. Nice race at the back as well. Bo Nicholson, Nicholas Kearns. You can see Nicholas Kearns starting to make his play now at the bottom. As we hit that turn, Ravensdale's dropped. Campbell Wilson Moran, 129.06. Look for them to come back really quick now. They're going to want that top seed. Campbell, a phenomenal racer as he starts his charge now in this final 50. You see the kicks going. As well as a nice race here. Jake Ridley not looking at Hamish Robson, but he'll be able to see in that peripheral as well as our 2 bottom lanes here. Lane 7 and 6 battling it out. It's going to be tight. Top 3, we've got 2 under that 2-minute mark, 158.71 and 158.75 for our middle 2 lanes. Third place, 203.5 for Jake Ridley as we move to Heat 4. Great start there again from our D5 athlete, Callum Rosetto. Felix Dressel-De Bruyne, we've seen him today. Fastest reaction off the blocks other than Jaden Gee. So his first 50 here, it's setting up the pace, setting up the rhythm that you want to be able to push from. It's Callum Rosetto, 27-27, only 0.01 ahead of William Watson. We've seen Ashley Nichols as well in that 50 freestyle, take it out in that 23. So we know that he's going to be looking to push through here in this second 50. As well, Adam L. Hefney, Jaden Gee as well, really smooth freestyle, and top of the screen, Benjamin Nolter. Shenghao Jin as well coming into his turn. It's a 105.28 for him, but 57.99 is our leader. 200 freestyle. Starting to watch the push through of our visitor, Hugh Catton. The Melton coaches, the Cheltenham coaches giving their athletes a wave here. So we hit that first turn and it's a new leader. 128.93 for Hugh Catton, followed by Callum Rosetto. 129.43. He's going to look to hold his position here, but we do have Jaden Gee up in lane 1, 129.77 pushing through. We know that those Cheltenham swimmers are going to have that back end speed. But it is Norwood, and Norwood's going to hold on. Hugh Catton enters the flags, D5 behind. Ashley Nichols has surged through. He's left his goal late. Felix Dressel-De Bruyne, though, gets his hand just before Ashley Nichols. Second, Callum Rosetto. We've got one under that 159 mark. Shenghao Jin as well, 213. Got one final heat here. The Stoop versus Tian Berger. Jack Gibson, lane 3. Let's see how we go here. Here we go, our fifth and final heat for our 200 metres men's 16s freestyle. It's a great start, Tian Berger. And at the bottom of our screen, though, we've got Mace Webb Campbell charging in, and it's an even field on the turn. It's Nicholas Stupas, 27.93. Close behind is Jack Gibson. Those turns are so important. It was looking like Tian was leading us in there, but he's just got to make sure that that turn rotation is quick to get his feet onto that wall. We saw him in the 50, the 100, the relay last night. Really great leg there. SGB's Mostyn Lumsden was part of a 4x200 with his coach Caden Gill at Nuttawading. We hit the 100 metre mark. Nicholas Stupas, 57.91. I just remember Caden Gill watching him chase down Mac Horton and nearly get that touch on his final ever swim. So shout out to Caden Gill. But it's still Stupas followed by Gisborne and Berger in the middle. And Tian's made his push now in that third 50. Fantastic 200 freestyle history, Nuttawading, as we hit that turn, and there's that faster turn we were looking for, 129.25. That was that change in pace in that 15 metres of that third 50 that we saw. Nick Stupas is going to look to make his play as well. He was only 0.01 ahead of Jack Gibson, and that doesn't matter because Jack has come through phenomenally here. The boys looking away from each other. Stoop probably looking to just secure that top 3 position, but you can't count out Oscar Campbell in lane 7. It's the touch. It's 159.33 Jack Gisborne, followed by Tian Berger. That third 50 set him up nicely in that back end. Nick Stupas, 2 minutes, 0.5. Looked very comfortable, followed by Cheltenham, SGB, EDA, Hunter Mace. So we now move to our 400 medley heat here. For our 12s, 13s. Propulsion propelling themselves to a great start here. Adriana David, lane 5, MSC, Ariana Mijek as well. The fastest reaction times on the screen. This 400 IM such a hard event. Fortunate enough to have swum and still swim with Marco Sasanto, one of our best 400 IMers in the state. Queensland last week went 4:22.
All swimmers and coaches, could swimmers in event 173 heat 1, could you please start making your way down to pool deck as soon as possible? Event 173 heat 1 and heat 2, thank you. Sorry, 174 heat 1 and 2, thank you.
But leading us away here is Ariana Mijek. 100 butterfly at the beginning, so important. So long into the finish, 114.67. Followed by Lexan Zhao and Taylor Miller. Adriana David not too far behind, and Ringwood's Matilda Young. The 100 butterfly is really just important to get out quickly, but efficiently, with not a lot of strain on the body, so that you can begin to set that pace in the backstroke. So that backstroke, we're looking for a really nice build with the arms, starting to increase that stroke rate, so the speed of which our arms are moving at, just to get flowing and start to put ourselves in that great position to lead into that breaststroke, so our legs are set up. We know breaststroke's our leg dominant stroke. Great that our younger swimmers also get to race this event. It's a race, it's so difficult, probably one of the hardest on our program here, but it's the one with the most amount of opportunity. Same as like our 200 butterfly, 1500, 800. Not many people want to venture up into that higher distance. It's one of the hardest events for sure on our program, and it's a first place for Taylor Miller, second Ariana Mijek, so setting herself up really well is our Melton swimmer. The coaches started to yell as we enter that breaststroke leg, and Surrey Park versus Propulsion in that third position, followed by Ringwood's Matilda Young. So we enter the flags now of our first 50 of our breaststroke. Our positions haven't changed quite yet, but lane 4 has made their play into that turn. And they're not too far behind from our leader, Taylor Miller. As Taylor begins to pick up the pace now, and following is Lexan Zhao of Surrey Park and Adriana David from Propulsion. Coach Marcus Grillo watching steadily. Marcus Blake. Marcus Grillo, head coach of the Performance Hub over in Broady. Great thing about Melbourne Propulsion is all the coaches collaborate with each other and work with all of our squads, all the way up to our top coaches, Marcus Grillo and Seb Bedial. And it's a 4:26.55 for Ariana Mijek as well as Taylor Miller. As we hit that freestyle leg, and wow, Taylor Miller's just taken off here to get that nice lead. As well as Surrey Park, the coach is giving her a wave, Lexan Zhao. And what a phenomenal breaststroke leg from Matilda Young. Just sneak into that contention for 4th spot ahead of Propulsion's Adriana David, but we head into this turn here. It's lane 6, 5:06.68. Under that 40 on that freestyle split. She's going to look to come back even faster. It's a 38 for Lexan Zhao, so you know that she is making a phenomenal comeback too. Ariana Mijak as well, holding her position nicely, but Surrey Park's going to challenge her here over this last 25 metres. It's still all Melton. We've got a great race out back for 4th and 5th as well. At the moment, it's Taylor Miller. First place as she comes into the flags here, and Surrey Park's on that chase for MSC. I think that MSC is going to hold on here. 5:45 for Taylor Miller, followed by 5:49.0 for Ariana Mijek and Lexan Zhao, 5:49.71. Propulsion get their hand in 4th. Adriana David, 5:54.89. 5:59.39 for Matilda Young Ringwood from House 6 Swim. All of our girls under that 6-minute mark. PBs across the board as well. We're underway here. 3 boys in this first heat of 400 IMs, 12 to 13. Great start from Flyers, Warragul and Ivanhoe. So 3 clubs from all around our state here of Victoria. As we cross that 35-metre mark, we've seen Warragul take the lead ever so slightly, but Ivanhoe's Andrew Spencer, phenomenal athlete. He's just come back from holiday, he's told me, and he's ready to race. So he touches in second. In first place is Thomas Saha. Oliver Seeley not too far behind. Great turn from Warragul. Warragul previously represented by Callum Halloran Lavelle. Is now at CGGS. But fantastic 200 medley swimmer Callum, can do it all. So I'm excited to see how this Warragul boy goes, as Ivanhoe and Flyers are not too far behind. But that butterfly is just going to be relaxed. It's going to be calm. Just seen Andrew take a look at Tom. Tom touches in 1:24.0, followed by Andrew Spencer, 1:25.76 and 1:27.92 for our Flyers boy Oliver Seeley. We now push through into this first 50 of the backstroke leg. This is where we're looking for their stroke rates to increase, as we said in that previous race. Keep the legs going. Don't want them to stop, because otherwise, if our legs aren't being used in our backstroke, we're going to find that we're going to sink our body position a little bit. Our hips will begin to drop, and that creates heaps of resistance in our backstroke. So We want to make sure that our legs are still on and they're always there, always kicking. It's what makes that 200 backstroke one of the hardest events on the program as well for anyone that's raced a 200 backstroke. It might not seem like it on paper compared to a 200 butterfly or breaststroke, but when it raced properly, you do see a really hard race. But boys are all in line. Lane 3, then lane 4, then lane 5. They turned a second apart each. They're looking for the flags now. We come to this back to breast turn. So important to hit correctly, and we've seen that. 259.99 for Thomas Saha, followed by Andrew Spencer, 301.84. Expect to hear the coaches go, and this is Andrew's leg. He's a breaststroker, IM swimmer, and look at that. He's just surged perfectly past Thomas Saha, and you hear head coach Arco, who we heard from during our 1500s, begin to yell, as well as his coach Adam Ibrahim. But flyers starting to make their comeback as well. Julie Jans as well, watching on. One of my former coaches, my age group coach, was so lucky here in Victoria. Such a great amount of female coach representation. It's something we pride ourselves on and work hard to make sure that it's equal opportunities for everyone here as we progress to see Andrew Spencer has taken this heat by storm. Fantastic breaststroke leg.
Attention swimmers, we've had an iPhone handed in to us. If you have lost your iPhone, please come over to the TD desk and we will ask you to open it, if you may. Thank you.
So Andrew Spencer taking our lead here, followed by our Warrigal boy, Thomas Saha, but not too far behind is our Flyers boy, Oliver Seeley. Andrew Spencer now, he has stormed ahead here. This is a fantastic swim from the young man. And look at this. Flyers, Oliver Seeley starting to make his move now in this closing 75 metres. It's going to be a tight race for second and third, because Andrew has stormed away here with this one as he turns here. 5:24.83. So he's on pace for a great time here. PB 6:05.34. Those other boys, 6:10.15 for Flyers, Oliver Seeley, and Thomas Saha, 6:12.60. So as we approach this final 15 metres, we've got a race on our hands at the back, but it is all Andrew Spencer here as he enters his final 10 metres, galloping through that freestyle. You know he's going to have the back end to get his hand on the wall. It's a 2-second PB for young Andrew Spencer. We'll see how these two boys go here. As we get the touch, it's so close. It comes down to just 0.23. So 6:15.02 for Oliver Seeley and Thomas Saha. Warrigal, 6:15. So great swims from the three boys. Fist bumps between Warrigal and Ivanhoe as we move to heat 2 of 2. Great start there from Luca Lim, as well as Gabrielle Wong. Oscar Magalotti as well. We've seen that name a few times. Really nice butterfly, just skimming that chin along the surface of the water. It looks so effortless. Underwater coach has done so well. Coach Hayden Llewellyn, fantastic age group swimmer himself in the backstroke events. We shared many relays together, many victories at Nunawading as age group swimmers together, but leading our charge here in this butterfly is going to be Gabrielle Wong. He touched in 30.21, which is a fantastic split in this butterfly. Oscar Magalotti not too far behind him, 33.72, and he's progressed into that second position over the course of this second 50. That butterfly looks really effortless from Oscar. Such beautiful butterfly as well. MSC's Michael Fan, our top seed in this heat, pushing his way through. 108.85, 111.6, and 113.94 for our top three. But in behind is Luca Lim and Tang Wang. We've seen that name as well as Gavin Danny, Jack Traianades as well. In our top lane, no swims from lane 6 and lane 9. So we move through this backstroke, and we've seen Megalotti start to make his play. He's caught up to Gabrielle Wong. That's the great thing about this backstroke, is it's all about setting yourself up really nicely, and he's done a great job of that. That butterfly was comfortable, the backstroke really solid. We know that race plan is going to be perfect from Nunawading. They did have Olympic bronze medalist Brendan Smith come through the club, now at Griffith University. But I'm sure they'll be looking to produce their next generation of IM swimmers, as they always are. Coming now into our touch here. And Oscar Magalotti's taken the lead. 2:34.19. Half a second behind is Gabrielle Wong. Third, Michael Fan. Fourth, Luca Lim. This is where we're going to start to see who's our breaststroker here. MLC as well, Lev Dishliak. 2:44.88 at the 200 metre. He's got a very nice breaststroke as well. As Gavin Danny up the top, and Jack as well in lane 0, pressing forward from PLC. As we progress through, we've got 2 outside leaders. In the centre of our park, we've got a really nice race in here for third. But the breaststroke here of Hang Tang Wang is looking really powerful. That stroke rate's picked up. Teammates, the 2 Laverton boys, Gabrielle Wong, they're competing for those bragging rights as always. It's becoming a really close race here. We're hearing the cheers from the crowd. Oscar Magalotti still in that second position now. It's going to come to the touch, so who has the lead? It is Oscar Magalotti, 4:16.46, followed by 4:16.64 from Gabrielle Wong. And Han Tang Wang is looking over at Oscar Magalotti, ready to chase down. Laverton coaches giving their swimmers a wave. They're looking away though, as we look for CGS. Coach Brad giving his athlete a wave. But we've just seen Gabrielle Wong come into that lead, but no, it is Han Tang Wang. 4:52.98. A fantastic freestyle split, and those 2 boys, they're looking to take out 1 and 2 for Laverton. The coaches and the teammates are waving them on. It's a fantastic freestyle split here from Han Tang Wang. Oscar Magalotti as well, keeping in there. He's going to have to fight off CGS's Luca Lim to keep that spot. Not too far behind Michael Fan. It's a fantastic race as well out the back. Got MLC, but it's first place 5:25, Han Tang Wang. Followed by 5:30, Gabrielle Wong. third, Luca Lim. Fourth, Oscar Magalotti. In fifth, Michael Fan, 5:33.95. So we look at our entry times here, and it's lane 8, getting that 7th position. 6th, Jack Trinades, fantastic freestyle leg as well. He came back really strong. Gavin Danny in 8th to round off our 400 medley 12:13s. .400 medley time again, and it's our 15s this time. We've just got one heat. Kevin Huang in lane 1, Hugh Munro 2, Keenan Power 3, no lane 4. Maybe move to that heat at night. But Austin Bartlett, lane 5, Nikolai Trophy Machine in 6th, and he gets a touch first. 30.29. I know Nick Baker will be really happy to see Nikolai, Big Nicky, with a terrific start. So our previous event, 175, has been moved to the timed final tonight. Only 10 swimmers entered. That's why these events are so great if you can do at a younger age, because you may be able to just make that final, only have to come in for the night session. As Big Nick touches in 106.7, followed by Austin Bartlett and our outside Kevin Huang. Great turn there from Blake Scott, Zachary Shearer as well. Those turns in this event are so important, especially transitioning from stroke to stroke. You want to make sure you get the correct technique. The Hawkeye technology is always watching, especially when it eventually implements in with AI, as we talked about last night. It's going to be super important. Come off that wall now. Still got the same leader. Big Nick Trophy Machine. Austin Bartlett. Keenan Power. Still all Nikolai at the moment. Got a great little battle up the top as well. Q Monroe, Kevin Huang. Blake Scott as well. Great backstroke leg from him. Zachary Shearer. Not too far behind all those boys too. He's going to look to make a play here after this back to breast turn. Really nice turn there from SGB. I'm sure former SGB swimmer Joshua Senior, now at the Performance Hub at Western Melbourne Propulsion, is watching on. To all his SGB boys, he still goes and competes for SGB at the country champs. He's allowed to take a lone move out to the country where he's from in Bairnsdale. He loves to race absolutely everything. Even as a sprint breaststroker, you'll find him in that 200 butterfly, giving his best in that event. But it's still all Nikolai. 3:07.57 for him at the 250 mark, and he's extended his lead really nicely. It's all eyes on him as his breaststroke rate begins to increase. So smooth and effortless as well, that breaststroke. The coaches at St. Leonard's have done a great job there. .350 is the time out of lane 6. And look at this. Blake Scott from the outside. Really nice breaststroke. Has touched in a 4:07, followed by Keenan Power, 4:02.31 and 4:03.77. We've just heard a go Blako from the stands. So Blako looking to hold his position here. Nikolai, though, terrific freestyle there as he approaches in for his final 50 metres and final turn here. Long turn, 4:28.36 there. So look for him to power his way home. But also, lane 3, Keenan Powers moved himself into that second position. He is coming home like a freight train. Passing forward, we've got a great little battle as well at the top of our screen. The top of our pool. Hugh Munro, Kevin Huang, they've been battling it out this whole entire race. As we come in for the touch here, it's a 5:04.97. It's Keenan and Blake, 5:10.62 and 5:12.39. So great PBs for those boys there, as well as our battle. Kevin Wang getting his hand on the wall, 0.1 ahead of Hugh Munro, and in 6th position, Austin Bartlett, great swim from Nunawading, 5:20.76. Do have a swim off. Test start has gone off. It's Milo Dressel De Bruyne versus our visitor, Ewan McIlrath. So I'm sure everyone's going to be getting around Dressel De Bruyne here as he is the home team, but some people love to buy into the fact that the crowd's a little against them. So don't count out lane 5. And we're underway here, our swim off. It's all on the line. It's a fantastic start from both boys. A little quicker on the reaction time for our visitor, but he is surging forward in this 25. He's going to need to hold on, but there's a little burst of acceleration from Dressel De Bruyne. He's got work to do here as we come into this closing 10 metres. It's a breath into the flags, and we see a touch. Ooh, 0.2 to separate them. Our visitor, Ewan McIlrath, gets first. 26.37, 26.56 for Milo Dressel De Bruyne. We move on now to our 200 metres butterfly. Off we go. Cargill first to pop up, and a full 15 metres for Eli Billman, our silver medalist in this event. No, in our 100 metre event, sorry, in this age group. Oscar Dingwall as well. Bart Oporowicz. No swim from Cody said. So it's just boys here. We hit that touch, and it's Lewis Gee, 29.94, followed by Brody Cargill. Terrific swimming family, the Cargills out of Traralgon. He's on a team with his older brother, Geordie. I'm sure he's watching somewhere. Oscar Dingwall, our visitor as well, 30.76. Eli Billman, 30.98. We hit that first wall. Brody's taking it out quick. He's a 104.97, followed by G and Dingwall. In behind that, Angus, Adalem, and Bart, Aporowicz, Eli Billman just hanging back. But it's all Cargill at the moment. He's surged himself into that first position across that first 100 and he's continuing that form. Really beautiful butterfly. Still looking relaxed. A little long on that touch there, but 140.61 was his split and he's powering home now. We've just seen that stroke rate increase off that wall, as well as Nana Waddings, Lewis G and Oscar Dingwall. They're going to have a nice battle there for that second place. Eli Billman as well, making a move just ahead of second lane there. To try and catch Bendigo East swimmer Angus Adalem. But we see the touch. It's a 2:17.58 for Brody Cargill, our winner of this heat. A fantastic swim. Brody Dingwall second. Lewis G third. Get that finish for Angus Adalem. Eli Billman finishing strong, 2:36. Bart Aporowicz as well. 2:39 for our first heat here as we welcome the second heat of boys for our 200 butterfly. Great start from our visitor, William Botterill James. 200 butterfly. It's one of the hardest events just to get through in our program. We along with the 400 IM, 200 back, 1500, 800. But it's a sensational start from our visitor. He leads us into this first wall here. It's a really nice touch and turn, 29.4. Those turns so important in our 200 metre swims. The key determinant in our 200 metre swims is actually our breakout velocity when looking at the statistics. It really determines what time you're going to be able to hold in that pace. And the faster you get up out of that breakout, and the more speed you carry through, the less effort you have to do to set your pace. So it is free speed in that breakout as Oasis Otters Scott Robinson begins to catch our leader. Still, 0.2 to separate 1 and 2. 1.25 to separate Declan Broadfoot from the front two. Look for the Pirate swimmer to make his play. Bayside, Tiger Sharks duo as well, doing a good job. Another Oasis Otter swimmer there as well in Daniel Atkinson. And as well in lane 1. So the Oasis Otters boys looking to make a play here as a team. One of them will do that as he touches in first. 0.4 ahead of second. Our visitor, William Botterill James. Declan Broadfoot, another visitor in third. So it's a Victorian from Oasis Otters versus our two visitors up the front. But we've got another late play here from his teammate, Daniel Atkinson. This is a great back end that we're seeing from him. He's surging forward with every stroke. It's a really nice forward stroke. He's looking to try and catch his teammate, but he's left his charge just maybe a little too late as Oasis Otters touch in 1 and 2. 2:19.68 to 20.99 for our top two. 2:22 for third, 2:22 as well for fourth. It's a great finish from all those boys. 2:31 as well for Ben Merrilees. He's had a massive day. So move on now to our 200 breaststrokes. Being told to stand down. Maybe a bit of noise on the start. Beginning of our breaststrokes here, 17-18's age group. Big start from Riley Cardo in the middle. Dakota Mathers, we've seen that name. Arabella Barr as well. Got some great 200 breaststrokers here in Melbourne. Adam Selwood as well, one to name. Western Melbourne Propulsion. Third at these most recent Queensland Championships. A great opportunity to go race interstate as well for all of our athletes. As you get older, it's a really common theme, especially to learn and transition from age to open swimming. It's something that's really hard as you begin to get those qualifying times and versus our Olympians and Com Games medalists and World Championship stars. But this is a great start from Riley Cardo. Dakota Mathers sitting in behind, as well as Lucy Roberts, YPW. So into that finish, 1:18.92, 1:19.75 and 91 for Dakota Mathers, Lucy Robertson. In fourth, Sophia Hogg. We've seen that name as well. SGB, Sienna Matheson looking to make her move through this third 50. She has started to creep in now towards those other girls at the top of our screen. As well, Mackenzie Zack, Bayside. Having a great swim out in lane 9 and lane 0 as well. From Cheltenham, Aaliyah Ord. Hit that third and final turn. It's 2:01.11, 2:03.21, 2:03.26. So 0.05 separating second and third. And it just shows how important it is to hit those turns with force and to make sure that that split stroke is as powerful as possible, because Nunawading's Dakota Smith has beaten off the turn our YPW swimmer Roberts. It's all Surrey Park at the moment. Coach Juzzy looking happy over there. Looking for her to just secure her place in this heat. Dakota Mathers and Lucy Roberts looking to do that same thing. 2:44.28, 2:45.86 and 2:47.9 for our top three. Looking like our Norwood visitors going to get that fourth spot, 2:53.86 and just on the touch. Sienna Matheson beats out Tiger Sharks' Sophia Hogg. Second, Rebecca Lang as well, under that 3-minute mark. And 8th and 9th for our outside lanes. Those times are official. So we move to Heat 2. Heat 2 of 2 now. This heat is very stacked. We've got Charlie Millard, Madeline Horvath, Amelia Blake, Darcy Lou Kvetcheville, Emily Price, no swim from Chloe King. Nicole Briscoe, we've seen the Briscoe name so many times, so watch out for that. Scarlett Valori, Ivy Lee. The first to touch is Charlie Millard. She touches 35.94, followed by Madeline Horvath in 36.86. And we start to see the rate of Charlie Millard increase as we cross that 75-metre mark. Fantastic racing family, the Millards. Get to train with big brother Noah Millard over at the High Performance Group. Having a year off from university at Yale. Charlie's actually committed to Arizona University over in the US. So she'll be making that trip over next year, along with big brother back to the US. So many opportunities here in swimming, particularly the college system, such a great system for our athletes to go over and have a crack over so many international students that go over and study after their time in their respective countries. Charlie Millard's going to be some trouble for those Americans because she's surging ahead here. She's putting together a really clean race here. Body's length ahead now of Maddie Horvath. In behind, though, it's a great race for third, fourth, and fifth. We've got Amelia Blake, Danielle Asiata, and Darcy Lukoviceval. But fantastic turn there. Charlie Millard flying home, as well as Maddie Horvath. They're going to be looking for those placings, wanting that centre of their heat tonight in our final. As she's pushing through now, 15 metres to go. The stroke's not shortening up. We've just seen our visitor make that move into third place. But she's going to be challenged by Geelong's Briscoe on the other side, who's making her move now with 15 to go. Charlie Millard, 2:41.29, followed by 2:45.07 for Maddie Horvath of Nuttawading. Great breaststroke program at Nuttawading. And the touch is Danielle Asiata, our visitor. Fourth, Darcy Lukoviceval. Nicole Briscoe, fantastic final 50 there as well. Sure, Charlie will be happy with that breaststroke swim, not too far away from the entry time. We're looking to do better tonight. So we move now to our men's 200-metre breaststroke. Centre stage is our heat one of our 17s, 18s men's 200-metre breaststroke. Just seen the girls go some really fast times. They had 2 heats. The men's have 2 heats as well. To a great start though, Uno Geisler as well as Brandon Wilson taking our lead. Brandon is 33.37. A couple of 33s in that first 50. Pushing through now is Surrey Park, looking to make his statement here in this second 50. That second 50 is what's going to set up that final 100, so look for the rate to begin to increase. The catch as well, it's really important. You don't want to increase your rate if that means to sacrifice holding water. One of the best of both worlds. That's what we've just seen there from our leader. 110.76 followed by 112.41 for Owen Warsham. Unai Geisler's moved into that third position. Terrific split stroke from him, as well as Andrew Tan of Cheltenham. He's going to be looking to make his play, as well as Sean O'Connor and Justin Zhu. Cooper Sutherland as well, having a crack. As we hit the wall here, it's still Brandon Wilson, but not too far behind is Owen Warsham, followed by Uno Geisler and Andrew Tan, who's just split faster than his previous 50 there. So look for him in that back end. Coach Kelly and teammates yelling him on. Surrey Park making their move. He's taken a cheeky look to see where our lane 5 swimmer is, Brandon Wilson. So fighting for places here. So we come now into this finish. And it is Surrey Park. He's done enough. 2:29.22, the only one under that 2:30. So close is Brandon Wilson. 2:32.85 from Uno Geisler. Fourth and fifth go to Andrew Tan and Justin Zhu. So that's our top 5 into our next heat. Terrific swims from those boys there. So move to heat 2. Underway now is our heat 2 of 2. Jacob Nimmo off to a fantastic start. Lachlan Chan as well, that split stroke off the dive, so important for that easy speed. Jacob Nimmo, a national age medalist when he was at NWA. Now made the move over from propulsion, now at Caulfield Grammar under Coach Kendrick Monk. He's watching on steadily with Nick Baker. We hit that touch. It is lane 2 though. Dane Schneider, 32.92, getting that nice easy speed out, and he is progressing really well through this stroke. For Jacob Nimmo to start to press the pace, as well as Hugh Cran up the top of our screen, also in the mix. Cameron Riccini, we've seen that name time and time again. Fantastic breaststroker. It's our boys leading us out in the centre, as well as our outside lane. Ryan Walker as well, having a great swim. For him to have that really great comeback as well. Fantastic school swimming from Ryan at Haileybury. Now finishing up school, and he's still here swimming. Progressing just past our visitor Ayori Ohashi from Japan, and Ivanhoe swim. Nimmo has come through really nicely. So has Lachlan Chan. They've made their move over Dane Schneider, but watch out for Cameron Riccini. Our Geelong swimmers showing they've got that second, third and fourth gear for that fourth 50. It's Jacob Nimmo who's popped up first and ahead of Chan, but ever so slightly behind is Cameron Riccini. And you see the stroke rate lift now of Nimmo as well as Chan. And it's a 3-horse race here. It's going to be who wants it more, who wants that centre lane. It's a great swim. It's stroke for stroke, and it will come down to this finish. It's a 5 for 4th as well. As you see, Laverton fighting for a spot. It's going to be a really close finish. 0.09 in it. That's why that finish is so important. It was a long finish from Nuttawading. Jacob Nimmo timed it perfectly. Cameron Riccini, the 3 of them under that 2:30 mark. Under the 2:29 as well. So the results official. Fantastic swims from our boys. That concludes today's heat sessions of our final day, day 5. We'll see you tonight again on KO Freebies for our final swims. And make sure you want to tune in. The final night, the crowd is alive. The swimmers are ready to go, smash out their final swims of the year. So look forward to seeing you in again tonight for our finals, for some relays and some final swims of this morning's heats.